That's my baby girl right there. Ooh, she with her friends. I'm a dog, I ain't shit. I'ma wind up in her friends. Bad guy, outlaw. Ooh, I'm like Pac, but I ain't die after the second time I got shot.
What's good, y'all? This is your boy Internal Sadist, and this video is going to be about the shortcomings of women, Western women in this day and age, for all intents and purposes. So that's what this video is going to be about. This podcast is going to be about. Depending on how many people show up and who shows up, I'll start inviting people into the stream, the usual. But this is basically going to be the shortcomings of women in the Western world. One of the many problems that women run into in the Western world. Oh, let me talk about the syllabus for today, for today's topic. Got to break out the syllabus. The syllabus for today is Elliott Rogers. Trust me, that's going to play a huge part in this because a lot of women, if you've ever noticed, a lot of the women who always rant and complain had the same tendencies in attitude and sentiment as Elliott Rogers when they complain about not being able to find men and dating and stuff like that. So there's value, schooling, the men in their lives, the lack of awareness, lack of interest, dating, arrogance, attitude, and consistency. So that's the syllabus for today. And it's typically one of those things where if you've ever noticed with a lot of women, they tend to have a lot of problems with getting into dates this day and age, or being able to find a man in this day and age is one of those typical things that you've been noticing with a lot of women. And the sad part about that is when it happens, it's one of those things where you have to realize, one, Win in here. What's up, Win? It's one of those things you have to realize as a man that you're going to run into many problems like this. And there's going to be a shit ton of problems that a lot of women run into in this day and age for various reasons. One, they were told a false lie, or they were sold a false dream and false hopes. And two, it's one of those things where they are working off of the premise that guys want the exact same thing they want. So it's one of those. It's those two things mainly. But then you also got, like, what they've been told, what they've been sold, what they've been lied about, and they believe that because they want this, men should want this. The sad part about that, there's a reason why Steve Harvey wrote that book, Act Like a Woman and Think Like a Man. There's a reasoning behind that title. You still need to act like a lady, but you have to think like a man. What does a man want in a woman? That's typically that's basically what that book says. And I'm not a big fan of the book, but the book has a lot of good points to it. And the sad part about that, a lot of women who bought this book don't pay attention to the book. And even if they do pay attention to the book, they overlook a lot of the concepts within that book of act like a lady, think like a man. They overlook a lot of the concepts in there. They don't really follow any of the concepts because they think they know better. When in fact, Steve Harvey literally gave you a playbook for getting a man. He literally gave you the playbook for getting a man. That's the cold hard truth. And the sad part about that is you got a lot of women who bought this damn book and didn't pay a damn attention to the damn book at all in the least bit. They just basically bought it, they put it on a bookshelf, and they called it a fucking day. That's all they really did with it. Or they're probably using it as a coaster. Or they're probably using it as a nightstand stabilizer or a refrigerator stabilizer or whatever the hell they're using it for. They didn't read the book, obviously. Because if they had read the book, they would understand the concepts of what a man actually is looking for in a woman instead of believing that a man wants what a woman wants in a relationship. That's not how this works. That's not how this dichotomy works in the least bit. Because a lot of women are getting caught up in this whole entire notion that, because they want this in a man, that a man should want this in a woman. That's not how this works. That's what we refer to in a manosphere as a Scotsman argument. That's pretty much all that really is. It's a Scotsman argument. What a Scotsman argument basically is something that you're trying to make equivalent that's not equivalent in the least bit. Just because you're a man and a woman and you're a feminist, that don't mean you're equivalent. That don't mean you can actually write off what you think a man will want in a woman at the end of the day. Just because you like a man that's, hairy and, hairy and and drinks like a sailor and cusses and acts a fool, that don't mean men want that in a lady. That's pretty much a Scotsman argument. So for women to believe that men want what they want in a woman, for women to believe men want what they want in a man, but what men want in a woman, for women to believe that men want the same thing that they want in a man, that a man will want in a woman, is two totally different things. Nobody's out here checking y'all because y'all got education. Nobody's out here checking y'all because y'all successful. Nobody's out here checking any of y'all for all intents and purposes. The thing I've noticed about a lot of these women, that are like popular or famous, is none of the actors are checking them. None of the other news reporters are checking them. None of the other peers are checking them at all. They're not checking them at all. They're not checking them out. They're not checking them at all for all intents and purposes, for the fact that that's not what they want. And women have this ability to lack awareness and social awareness around them, to not know that, men aren't really checking for you, and they're not checking for women like you. There's a reasoning for that. There's a reasoning why men who live normal lives are checking for you, and men who are on your level aren't checking for you. This is typically the problem that a lot of women have. They lack this awareness, or lack this self-awareness, or lack their situational awareness around them, to realize that you're not all that in a bag of chips. You're not all that in a bag of chips, for the fact that a large amount of the times when one of these women happen to get in a relationship, they did all the pursuing and chasing they did all the pursuing and chasing to get into that relationship. Women forget about that shit. That tends to like slip women's minds, because the sad part about that is, if you've ever seen like various talk shows where you start asking all these actresses who their man crush is, or stuff like that, or who they're interested in, or who they would like to meet, or who they like to have a sexual encounter with. Every single time they pick a man, it's always somebody that's not checking for them. If you've ever noticed this stuff, and this is typically how this stuff works. Like the last time a bunch of women was checking for Michael B. Jordan, but Michael B. Jordan wasn't checking for them. Another one was Denzel Washington. Another one was Chris Helmsworth. Another one was Jason Momoa. People like that, for all intents and purposes. Idris Elba was another one that women were checking for, but he wasn't checking for them. There's people in general like that, and I've always found it funny how women always have has this notion that everybody is checking for them, when in fact nobody's checking for you in the least bit. The sad part about that, most of these women literally chase the men who they're actually in a relationship with. The sad part about that, a large majority of women. I said this in a Facebook post, a post on Facebook the other day. 95% of women are trying to date men that just want to smash. And that's just facts. 95% of women are trying to date men who just want to smash. Then they wonder why they end up single and alone. And this is typically how this stuff works. And I always laugh about it and stuff like that. And it's like the funniest shit in the world when I watch it happen, especially when you hear women complain about it, or they're all up in arms about it, or they're highly upset about it. It's like, well, you chose the guy. That's all he wanted to do was smash. How did you not see that coming? And it's one of those things where like you laugh at women when they talk about they got women's intuition, but they couldn't intuitively figure out that a man just wanted to smash and dash. Like, let that shit sink in. And the funny thing about that I always found funny about that is how women take it, or how women get upset about it at the end of the day. It's like the funniest shit in the whole entire world. It is the funniest shit when I watch a woman complain about a man who's in it just to smash and dash. Or a woman that's a side chick is complaining about a man trying to make the man who she's a side chick to her main man, or she wants to be the main woman now. Now, I was always under the impression if you're going to be the side chick, you play the side chick position, and you play it like you're supposed to. You're not supposed to be nagging like the first lady, for all intents and purposes, if you're going to be the side chick. And this is typically how this stuff works. And the sad part about that, a lot of women sign up to be the side chick and they sign up in hopes that they be the main chick, which is like something that very rarely happens. And when that happens, you end up being the main chick, and he ends up having another side chick. That's typically how this works. So here's how it actually works, ladies. If you're a side chick and you want the main chick out of the way, the minute you get the main chick out of the way, just know when you move into the main chick's position, there's going to be somebody that moves into your position. That's typically how this role works because he's already assessed you at the value of being a wife. So therefore, he's not going to fathom somebody who's not going to be naggy like his wife. This is how this works, ladies. The faster you figure this out, the better off you'll be. Moving right along. Now, one of the many things that I've noticed about this is, like I was saying with my post on Facebook, 95% of women try to date men who just want to smash. Now, men in the manosphere could probably attest to this, and men in the manosphere will probably co-sign on this right away when it happens. The sad part about that is we as a society, or women as a whole, have to realize that obviously your women intuition isn't working, or it's broken, or it doesn't work, or it was non-existent in the first damn place. And the sad part about that is I always laugh at women that get themselves into this predicament, but then they end up in bad situations, and it's like I'm still laughing at them, and they're mad at me for laughing at them for the simple case that you're the one who chose to be in this situation. Why do I care? You're the one that chose to be in this situation. What is your point? So you want me to feel bad about a decision that you make? Maybe you should feel bad about a decision you made. And it's typically one of those things when I listen to women talk, especially earlier in my career, when I listen to women talk, I'm sitting there busting out laughing at them or chuckling at them when I hear them speak about stuff or talk about things like this. When in fact you're the one that chose that relationship. You're the one that chose to continue this relationship. You're the one who chose to be in this position. Why do I have to care, or why do I have to think about what you got to say about, your shortcomings? Why do I care about your shortcomings? What is it about you that makes you more valuable than what is it about you that makes you valuable? Why are you dating this person in the first place? This is exactly why you're a single mother. And this is exactly the main reason why a lot of women are single mothers. And this is exactly why one of the main reasons why women are single too. In general, like women are single and women are single mothers. So it's one of those things where like women have to assess their decision making to actually understand why they're in the messes that they're in. Like a good example of that, I posted like several comments on Facebook yesterday and Snapchat and Twitter and stuff like that literally read, hang on, I'm gonna pull them up real quick. I don't know if I can I'm not gonna pull them up on my computer, but I'm gonna pull them up on my phone real quick here. Now here's the funny thing about this lovely thing. I posted a bunch of different quotes. The last quote being, never pay for something that was given away for free. Now, the funny thing about this is several women actually liked this comment, but y'all know what I was referring to in a manosphere. Y'all know what I was referring to in a manosphere. Basically, never pay for something that was given away for free. I'm pretty sure y'all can put two and two together when it comes to that quote. A lot of women actually like that. I was mainly talking about women like that. The post before I stopped posting was 95% of women try to date a man who's just trying to smash, who just wants to smash. That was the second one. That didn't get any likes. I put my normal post. If I have to ask a woman for her number, she's automatically friend zoned. The post before that, a woman who thinks she's better than you is nothing more than a series of bad decisions. Take the hottest woman take the hottest woman you'll ever meet And remember, she's only she's only as hot as her successful relationships. Meaning, if she's single, she's obviously not that hot. All women are beautiful, but not all women are attractive. This is like a couple of the other quotes that I actually had out there. Here goes another one. A person's only as valuable as their best three and worst three decisions made under pressure. People are only as good as their intrinsic value. Oh, and the very first post that I posted that day was only put only put in as much time and energy as the opposing party. Never exceed it. But this is typically the type of shit that I write on Facebook when I do write on Facebook. I tend to don't really mix it up with too many people unless like somebody in a manosphere writes something on Facebook that I find funny or that's amazing or post like clips or something along the lines of that. So it's one of those things where and that's typically how that works. But that's simply how that works. But and the sad part about that is something I've always found funny about women is how they get themselves into the craziest predicaments or the craziest situations known to man. One of the funniest things is what's that? You made it, so you lay in it. That's right, when that's right. Pretty much that's how that works. You made it, so you made it, so you lay in it. And to answer your question, Steve, I agree with you 100%. But how many of those guys actually want to be in a relationship with her? I agree with you 100%, but how many of those guys actually want to be in a relationship with her? And welcome to the podcast. Welcome to the thanks for showing up, Steve Price. A lot of those men don't even want to be with her. They just want to smash. Believe it or not. A lot of those men just want to smash. I would say out of all 10 men, only one man wants to be in a relationship with her. But the sad part about that is she doesn't want to be in a relationship with him. You see what I'm saying? You say, or she's hot in another way. Yeah, there's always that. There's always those sexually transmitted diseases, those pesky sexually transmitted diseases. And if you ever noticed, they don't refer to them as sexually transmitted disease anymore because a lot of women have STDs. They refer to them as STIs now, so it seemed less ferocious, if you know what I mean. But it's typically one of those things. If you've ever noticed with a lot of these women, where they typically get themselves into messes, believing that men want exactly what they want, and that's one of the many things. That's one of the many downsides, or one of the many setbacks that women have in relationships. They believe because they want this in a man, that a man should want this in a woman. Just because you're looking for a man that makes a lot of money, who went to school, who's successful, who works a white collar job, doesn't mean doesn't mean doesn't mean that doesn't mean that all this stuff that you want is actually accurate. Or just because you want this, that don't mean any of this stuff is actually right. And the sad part about that is what a man wants, what a woman wants, and what a man wants is two dire opposites. They're two completely dire opposites of each other. A man wants a reliable woman who's there for them, who can raise his children properly and not have to worry about his home life or anything happening to his children. That's all he wants. And he wants, basically somebody that's going to love and support him for all intents and purposes. What a woman wants is a man with some money and because they always try to skirt around it by saying, I want a stable man. What they basically want is a man with some money who looks good, who works out, who will treat them, who will spoil them like their children. And, who drives a nice car and like looks nice and all this other stuff and gets a lot of money. Basically, that's typically what a woman wants. Because even though these women will say they want a stable man, they would never get into a relationship with a stable man. They would get into a relationship with a man because their definition of stable and the American definition of stable is two totally different things. Good example of a stable person is middle class people. Middle class people are stable. They're very stable. Now, the problem with being middle class in America is when you start dating and marrying women, your stability dwindles away and it disappears. It disappears. It's typically how it works. So if you're a man and you're a middle class man and you make a middle class income, what happens is the woman you take on ends up being a burden to you. And now there's more money going out of your house than you're actually making. This is the overall problem when it comes to being middle class in America. The irony to it is if you're a man and you're single, you're very stable. If you're a man and you're single, you have more finances in your bank, you have more money in your savings account, you're not overspending, you're not doing all this overly extra shit, you're only doing things that need to be done to your house. So if you're doing any remodeling, 9 times out of 10, you're probably doing it yourself, or you're doing it as is needed, or you're doing it for preventative purposes. So if a man's remodeling his house, he's not doing it so he could be the most popular, have the best kitchen on the block, or the best house on the block. He's doing it because it needs repairs, and to him it's aesthetically pleasing, and that's exactly what he wants. He's not doing it to try to be cool like the other neighbors. He's doing it because this is what he wants, and this is what he wants done to his house, and this is what he believes he needs done to his house so it can retain its value. This is typically the reasoning why men remodel, if they do remodel. That's it. Nothing special. If a woman remodels, it's because she's seen something in a magazine or their neighbor's house, or she went to a house party, or she's seen all this other stuff, and now she wants to remodel all this shit so she can live her dreams. It's typically how it works. So men and women remodel for two dire opposing opposite reasons for all intents and purposes. Men remodel to refit or repurpose or refinish something to make sure it's actually going to stay up to date and up to code or up to standards for a long time. Women remodel just so they can compete with other people. This is typically how this stuff works. Now, another thing that a lot of people fail to realize, another thing that women fail to realize when it comes to men and stability, like a good example, I kind of sort of skipped over the other portion, the second half of the stability thing. Stability to a man is basically middle class income. Stability to a woman is anything over $250,000 or $350,000. Pretty much. That's what stability is to a woman. That's pretty much what stability is to a woman. So anything that's $250 to more dollars, $250 plus $1,000 is stable to a woman. Unless she makes about that much, then you still got to go up. You got to go up about 150. You got to go up 150% for you to be stable to a woman. So the sad part about that is, I would say the starting rate for most women in society would be $150,000. But if the woman makes about that much or close to that much, you better make 150% more than what she makes. It's pretty much how it works. So you have to make 150% more than what the women make to actually be stable. So what that means, if you make 150,000 and she makes 150,000, you're gonna have to make upwards of 400 and like, I think it's what, 375,000, 385,000, 375,000, I'm gonna say, give or take, if not 425,000. It's typically what you're going to, anywhere between 375 to $425,000 a year. It's typically what you're going to need to make, probably, if you're dating a woman that makes about $150,000 a year. It's pretty much what it is. Um, so it's one of those things where like you got to make what she makes plus another 50% on top of that. Um, so typically men get themselves into a lot of messes like this, and they wonder why they're in the messes that they're in. What's up, Elder Monk? How you doing today? Um, but another problem that a lot of people run into, or a lot of a lot of women run into in this day and age, is their their lack of awareness to their actual value. Women have an overinflated value on how much they're worth. Like I said in a post on Facebook, you're only as valuable as your intrinsic value, or you're only as valuable as the last three bad decisions and good decisions you made under pressure. You're only as valuable as your last successful relationship. So what I mean by that, ladies, is if you've been in a bunch of failed relationships and you haven't been in a successful relationship at all, your value drops each relationship you get into and each relationship you get out of. So what happens with that, it's not just as much sex as you have. When you actually get into multiple relationships and they fail and you try to blame somebody else, what men hear is what a good man hears is, you're not my type, or yeah, I don't want to talk to you no more. Or, you know, this is where the lack of interest comes into play. With women, and this is also touches on awareness. The lack of awareness and lack of interest comes into play when it comes to dating women like this. If you've been in, and the more you try to pass blame off on a guy for the relationship failing or anybody else, what a good man hears is, this is not going anywhere. I am not interested in this woman in the least bit. She's a train wreck. She's been in this many relationships, none of them successful. I gotta pull the brake. I gotta pump the brakes on this and be out, unfortunately. And this is typically how this stuff works. This is what men think of and hear when they hear a woman say that they've been in multiple relationships and they fail. He starts losing interest in you. So that first date, it might have seemed like it went well. That's typically a man putting on his best PR. 9 times out of 10, after that date's over, you're probably not going to hear from that man or see that man ever again. That's typically how that works. So when it comes down to is all the relationships you've been in and all the relationships that you pretty much failed that you failed in, or you claim somebody else another man killed, is tallied up in his head, and it lets him know that this is it pretty much helps him determine if he wants to continue this relationship with you, or he doesn't want to continue this relationship with you at all. A lot of other things go into this. A lot of the stuff that you'll say to a man, or a lot of the off-putting things you'll say to a man, goes into this determination too. So at first he seems interested in you. After a while, he starts losing interest in you. That's simply how it works. The sad part about that is if a man's interested in you, he will keep on pursuing you. If a man's not interested in you, he will stop pursuing you. This is typically how this works. Silence is golden. Women do this to men, but women seem to forget that they do this to men. So when a man does it to them, they want to act shocked or appalled, or he could have let me know. Well, now it's better off that he doesn't call you, so you don't have to deal with your mouth, because he pretty much knows the type of woman you are based on your prior relationships, how you describe your prior relationships, and your manner and the manner in which you handled them, or the manner in which you responded to them. For all intents and purposes, he basically knows what your response is going to be. So instead of dealing with you like that, he basically just stops texting you and ghosts you for all intents and purposes for this reason. Another problem that a lot of women have is the lack of awareness when it comes to men that only want to smash and dash for all intents and purposes. You can't be mad at a man that only want to hit it and quit it. You got yourself into the situation. You opened your legs for this person. Therefore, you're responsible for that thing. So if he smashes and dashes, just because you gave him sex, that don't mean he's going to stick around. Sex doesn't always solve everything. Sex doesn't always solve everything. Good conversation doesn't always solve everything. Just because you have good conversation and you give up pussy, that doesn't make a man want to actually stay around or keep up with you for all intents and purposes. That's the cold hard reality of the day that a lot of women seem to fail to realize in these situations. It's just sad. It's like you're sitting there watching them literally. You're sitting there literally watching them, kill their chances of actually meeting a good guy. And the sad part about that is when you actually see things like this happening and you don't quite put two and two together, or you don't seem to understand. And the sad part about that, women always gloat about their women's intuition, and their women's intuition doesn't show up to save them, or fails them every single time when it comes to these people. And I always find it funny, like, okay, lady, where was your women's intuition for this guy? Okay, where was your women's intuition for this person? And it ends up being one of those things where, like, you have to realize as a woman that you're messing up your own prospects and you're messing up your own chances by the decisions you make in relationships. The sad part about that is the more decisions you make, the sadder the outcome would be for you, or the crazier the outcome would be for you, or the worse the outcome would be for you, for all intents and purposes. The sad part about that is you can't sit up here talking about how you are so great, and but you're still single and on the market. Like, it doesn't work like that. Obviously, there's something about your character that makes it so that you're obviously not as good as you make yourself out to be, or not as good as you think you are. It's simply how it works. So it's one of those things. As a human being, you have to realize that not everything you do, or not everything you want, is going to pan out in your favor. Not everything that you believe in life, or everything that you were sold in life, is going to work out the way you want it to. That's typically how this stuff works. The sad part about that is you get a lot of women who believe that, because the men want this, they want this. Or they believe that because other women want this, men should want this. Or because we believe that women want this, we also want this. Swim with the dolphins. So it's one of those things. What's up, Billy Goat? How you doing today, pimpin'? So it's one of those things. It's one of those things where, like, you women get themselves into the most precarious situations and predicaments. Then they often wonder why they're in these predicaments, or they're in these situations, which is another problem within itself. So you have this overall thing where women believe that because they're women, they deserve all this stuff, or because they're women and this is what they look for in a man, this is what men should want for in them. When that's pretty much far from the truth. What's up, a manly load? A manly load in the house. Like, it does sound like dolphins. It does. It really does. And I was actually going to get to that point exactly right after this. That ties into the whole entire Elliott Rogers thing. If you've ever noticed, a lot of these women who complain about not being able to find good men, they sound exactly like Elliott Rogers' last video before he killed himself, or he went on that rampage. Is it Elliott Rogers? Yeah, Elliott. I think it was Elliott Rogers did a video. I'm sorry, no, Elliott Fletcher. Was it Elliott Fletcher or Elliott Rogers? Yeah, Elliott Rogers did a video right before he passed away, or right before he massacred people on YouTube. The sad part about that, funny thing about that, that video is still up on YouTube. That video is still up on YouTube. Let that shit sink in. Matter of fact, I'm going to play that video for you, and you can actually compare how he was talking to exactly how these women's op-eds are. Tommy Lauren, all these women and all these women that complain about not being able to find a good man, where have all the attractive men gone? All this stuff. He speaks the exact same way. I shit you not. I shit you not. Now I'm about to share this so y'all can see this, so I can see what the hell I'm talking about. He speaks the exact same way that these women like Tommy Lauren, all these stars, the women on The View, the women on The Real, the women in Hollywood. What's up, Shinobi One? He speaks the exact same way that these women speak on TV. He speaks the exact same way these feminists speak on TV. Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit.
Hi, Elliott Rogers here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity, against all of you. For the last 8 years of my life, ever since I've hit puberty, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires, all because girls have never been attracted to me. Girls gave their affection and sex and love to other men, but never to me. I'm 22 years old and I'm still a virgin. I've never even kissed a girl. I've been through college for 2.5 years, more than that actually, and I'm still a virgin. It has been very torturous. College is the time when everyone experiences those things such as sex and fun and pleasure. But in those years, I've had to rot in loneliness. It's not fair. You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. It's an injustice, a crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy. And yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men instead of me, the supreme gentleman. I will punish all of you for it. On the day of retribution, I am going to enter the hottest sorority house of UCSB. And I will slaughter.
That's exactly how women sound. Literally how women sound. And that's the cold hard truth. Every time you hear a woman talk in public, that's exactly how they sound. They sound exactly like that man. They have the same psychology. They carry themselves the exact same way that he does. Like, think about this shit. Really think about this shit. Really think about this shit, guys. Really think about this shit, my dudes. And this is the cold hard reality of today when it comes to women. They sound exactly like Elliott Rogers when they complain. They sound exactly like that man when they complain. Exactly like that man when they complain. And the sad part about that is this is where the whole entire Elliott Rogers topic comes up into play. These women have the exact same psychology and the exact same awareness as Elliott Rogers. They are literally, when they go off on a rant, they literally have the same mentality as Elliott Rogers. Now looking at that video, and another video that he was actually doing where he's walking around his car talking about he has a black BMW, he makes this kind of money, he's very attractive, he's all this. Compare that video to the Tommy Lauren video. Put them side by side. Next time you get a chance to look at that video, get the video where he's talking about how successful he is, the kind of car he drives, the kind of suits he wears, the kind of eyeglasses he wears, this, that, and the other. Put that Tommy Lauren video side by side with that Elliott Rogers video, and you'll find out very quickly it's the exact same mentality. This is the problem that women have with understanding what they put out there when it comes to themselves. This is the problem that a lot of women have with, articulating and or figuring out why it is that men don't want to be with them, or men don't want to wife them up, or men don't want to make them a long-term decision. This very reason is why women are single and never in a relationship. This is the very reason why there's a lot of single mothers and the men that they try to get a baby daddy to checked out. The sad part about that, a lot of these women who are single mothers, they thought maybe having a baby will make him love me more. It didn't. He's gone. You're not probably getting any child support. You're still trying to chase him down in the child support system. And it's merely stuff like this that just blows my mind, how women can't see this shit or not understand their shortcomings. It's not the man's fault. It's your fault for choosing the man that you're in a relationship with that did you wrong. Because the sad part about that, at the end of the day, if a woman could properly assess herself, she wouldn't get herself in half the messes that she would be in right now or of today. It's pretty much how it works. It's pretty much how this life pretty much pans out for a lot of people. It's pretty much how men and women pretty much interact with each other. Like I said, a lot of women probably bought the Steve Harvey book about think like a man, act like a man. I mean, act like a lady, think like a man. But they probably didn't pay a damn near no attention to that damn book when he wrote it. I'm willing to bet any money a lot of women talked about it, but not any women probably cracked the book open to remotely learn anything about it. And the sad part about that is he literally played out the playbook for how men are and how they act. But there's no women out there that seem to figure out why they can't get in a relationship even after buying the book. Think about this. The book was a bestseller. And a shit ton of women bought this book, but they can't figure out why they can't get in a relationship, or why they can't find the right man, or why they're always in a dead-end relationship or pursuing a man that don't really want them. If you read that book, you will find out very quickly on why. If you read that book, you wouldn't have to harass the MGTOW community, and maybe you'll be able to go find a good man. If you read that book, you wouldn't be an anti-feminist. You wouldn't be a feminist. If you read that book, you wouldn't be an anti-manispherian or anti-MGTOW or anti-red pill in general. If you read that book, this is typically how this shit works. But women don't want to confront themselves because they're their biggest enemy in the whole entire room. Them and their girlfriends are their biggest enemies in the whole entire scheme of things. The sad part about that, if you say that to a woman, she'll get offended and tell you you're wrong. This is typically how this works. It's sad, but it's how it works. It's literally how it works. And the cold hard reality and the cold hard truth is the cold hard reality and the truth is this is typically this is how women react to their surroundings. Instead of actually assessing their surroundings, understanding the surroundings, and making the proper adjustments, they just basically react to it. That's all they do is just react. It's a big reactionary thing when it comes to women. And this is typically why a lot of times, a lot of women get themselves into the messes that they get themselves into. Yeah, and that's true. That's very true, Billy the Goat. They do gravitate towards characters like Harley Quinn. They do gravitate towards characters that are fucked up, unstable, and they wonder why they're in the messes that they're in. They end up abused, misused, mistreated, thrown to the side, and I just laugh about it. Like, dude, you chose it. Why am I not going to laugh about it? I basically look at women who get in bad relationships like a woman who's paying attention to her phone and she attempts to cross the street and she gets hit by a car and she goes over the hood of the car. I merely just laugh. Because you should probably pay attention to your surroundings. Because if you'd have paid attention to your surroundings, you wouldn't be over the hood of a car. Or you wouldn't be a hood ornament, period. And that's typically how I view women in this day and age that get themselves into messes. I just laugh. I don't try to help. I just laugh. Because there's no point in helping them. Because here's the thing, and people think I be joking when I say this. I literally believe in Darwinism. So if you're not going to pay attention, if you get hit by something or you die, if you live, you're lucky because I'm not saving you. That means God must have something else in store for you. If you die, it was your time to go. That's exactly how I look at things. This is typically why I don't save people. If I don't get a notion to save that person. Like if I don't get something where I'm like, oh, come on, really, God? It's like if I don't get a notion from God basically saying stop the person, then typically I don't save them. Sometimes I get a notion from God to save the person and I'll stick my hand out there to stop them. A lot of times I don't and I just let it happen and it is what it is. And it's simply one of those things where like you have to learn as a human being that just because you're a human being, that don't mean you're invincible, and that don't mean everybody's going to stop in your wake. Nor does it mean because you're a sexy girl, you can't go over the hood of a car or get hit by a pat bus or a bus in general. It doesn't work like that. The reality of the day is the world is dangerous, and anything can happen to you in this world. There's not always going to be a man there to save you from your stupidity and or your downfalls. That's typically how this stuff works. That is the cold hard reality of the day. The faster women figure this out, the better off we'll be. The sad part about that is we can't seem to get past that certain thing. We get hung up on these various things and wonder why shit is happening to us. And it's sad. It's very sad. And the sad part about that is when you run into women like Tommy Lauren, the women on The View, the women on The Real, women on any type of television show where they complain about not being a refined man or where have all the good men gone or all these op-eds where they're all economically attractive women at, they basically sound like Elliott Rogers to me. I look at them as the exact reincarnations of Elliott Rogers, as if when Elliott Rogers died, pieces of him just dropped into various women. That's what they literally sound like to me. They sound like Elliott Rogers. And that's the cold hard truth to me. So anytime I hear a woman say something like that, I automatically think Elliott Rogers. Anytime I hear a woman complain about a man or not being able to find the right man, I automatically hear and see Elliott Rogers. And like I said, if you take Tommy Lauren's hot take and you put the Elliott Rogers where he's walking around and he's talking about how attractive he is, he's talking about how much his glasses cost, he's talking about the kind of car he drives, he's talking about how much the outfits that he wears and what they are and how much it costs. If you put those videos side by side, you get the exact same personality type out of both of them. And any other woman that sits up here and complains about this stuff. And the sad part about that is I realized that I think Billy Goat said that kid is scary. The sad part about that is women have the same mentality as that man. So if anything, you should be scared of women too, just as much as you're scared of that kid. Because women have that exact same mentality, if not worse. Think about it. He talked about what he was going to do. And if you've ever been married to a woman, you find out very quickly she is Elliott Rogers. She just shot up your whole entire marriage and shot up your whole entire relationship and destroyed you and left you homeless and destitute. She literally Elliott Rogers your ass. Anytime you marry a woman, it's pretty much her end to actually Elliott Rogers you. That's typically how this stuff works. The cold hard reality of it is a lot of men run into this problem and they don't realize that they're getting themselves into this mess until it's too late. Like I said, the exact same women that could complain about men have the exact same mentality as Elliott Rogers. Your Tommy Laurens, all of your news reporters, all these shows that Piers Morgan be having these crazy ass women on. The Australian women that let that women say how many men do we need to murder? Exact same thing. All these feminists that have their own little channels that talk about men. They're all the same. Yeah, I know that TV series, Billy the Goat. When the whole world's crazy, it doesn't pay to be sane. Terry Goodkin. That's a very good quote. That is a very good quote, Manley. That is a very good quote of Manley. When the whole entire world's insane, it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay. I mean, when the whole entire world is crazy, it doesn't pay to be sane. Terry Goodkin. And it's facts. That's 100% facts. Like Glenn said, they literally have the same mentality and they get away with it. Like, think about that. The same mentality and they get away with it. Like, I think I showed videos on my channel where you had random women doing the most vile things to human beings and men. And many of those videos on my channel where the three women were spitting in this guy's mouth, on this guy's face, on this guy in general, and they were standing on him, putting their feet on him. That's the exact same mentality as Elliott Rogers. Then you have the woman that set the man's car on fire and damn near killed herself doing it. Exact same mentality. Then you have like the woman on what is his name, Red Pill God channel, who was slashing this man's car and cutting his seats, slashing his tires, cutting his wires, destroying his car, cutting pipes, hoses, and everything, the belt, everything out of his car. And you want us to think you're normal. I believe it. That's 13. I believe it. They pretty much will let anything go. I'll definitely give it a watch, Billy the Goat. I will definitely give that a watch. But the sad part about that is when it comes down to it, anytime a man hears a woman complain like that, like Tommy Lauren, and all these other women who always talk shit on men, we literally see Elliott Rogers. Literally, that's literally how we view you. We view you in the same light as Elliott Rogers. Literally. Now, I think the only people that'll co-sign on Elliott Rogers will be incels. As far as everybody else in the manosphere, we don't co-sign on that. We literally view you the same way we view him, and we view you as a vile person, a very vile, despicable human being. Just like in the manosphere, we view rapists as very vile and despicable. Everybody, for all intents and purposes, everybody in the manosphere has the same mindset when it comes to rapists and pedophiles. We will hunt you down. We will do things to your body that will make Charlie Manson smile. If you're a pedophile or a rapist, that's typically how we feel about pedophiles and rapists and the manosphere as a whole. We will hunt you down and we will do things to your body that will make Charlie Manson blush. It's that simple. And that's typically our overall sentiments when it comes to people like that. That's our overall sentiments when it comes to, anything along those lines. Anytime we see a woman complain about a man, or anytime we see a woman who falsely accuses a man of rape, we see Elliott Rogers. And that's exactly how we see these things. And the sad part about that, the faster women look at this and figure this out, the better off we'll be as a society. We don't really Yeah, they do. They very much do. The chick from The Ring, the chick from The Grudge, the other movie with the chick that was she wasn't undead. She was basically alive and she went crazy. It was almost like The Exorcist, but it was way better than The Exorcist. But I know exactly what you're talking about. You say just watch British soaps. There's a lot of crazy women even everywhere. Yeah, there is on British soaps. There's also a lot of crazy women. There's not all crazy women, but like there's always that one crazy chick or them two crazy chicks in the Latin telenovelas. Oh my God, them bitches be crazy. The two bitches, they'll either have one crazy bitch or they'll have two crazy bitches, or they'll have like one of the main characters that are normally like soft and sweet. They'll have them snap because that bitch done fuck with her way too much. And she ends up being the sweet kind Latina ends up being this crazy, over the top OP bitch. It's like crazy, dude. It's legit crazy when you see that happen. You see this demure, fun-loving, easygoing, loves her life woman, and then you get the crazy bitch on the scene, and she fucks with her so much. She ends up snapping and flipping the script on everybody and becoming a crazy bitch too. It's like, okay, next season, don't fuck with her. Right? So it's one of those things where like you have to realize when it's actually happening. The sad part about that is, yeah, you're right. Dark Water, Audition, The Ring, The Grudge, like I said, yeah, those are all good movies right there, most definitely. I watched every single last one of those movies. Those are some fire ass movies. But yeah, it's one of those things where yeah, they definitely do. And the sad part about that is in this society today, you have to realize as a man that you're going to go through a lot of stuff, and you got to be able to weed out the crazy women like this. You got to be able to weed out the women who react like this or talk like this on social media, because these women are typically not for you if they can do this. That's typically how this stuff works. So at the end of the day, you as a man have to realize that one, she's not worth your time, and two, it's going to be one of those things where you have to be able to, you have to be able to do what you need to do to make it so that you don't have to worry about it in your safety for all intents and purposes when you go through with this. And when you meet women like this, you have to be willing to actually be able to cut them off and or not deal with them or get rid of them for all intents and purposes. Um, but um, but it's one of those things where Bill didn't make female violence extra cool, most definitely. Plus one squeak squeak. Forget you, Sosa, Lord Sos. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, when we see women who act like that, that's exactly who we see, Elliott Rogers. Anytime a woman gets on YouTube or gets on social media in general or gets on TV and try to berate men, we see Elliott Rogers in her. So that turns us off even more, and that makes us not want to approach you and or have to deal with you for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things as well. Then you also have, already talked about value. Women's value. Oh, I already talked about women's value, so that one's pretty much done. The thing about schooling is, which actually ties into the whole entire lack of awareness and lack of and value, is just because you go to school, that don't make you deserving of a relationship. Just because you got an education or you graduated with honors or you got all this stuff or you're a successful woman in business, that doesn't guarantee you a relationship. I don't know what you've been told, but 9 times out of 10, if somebody's attracted to you, it's probably somebody in a lower tax bracket, a man in a lower tax bracket. No man in your tax bracket is going to be interested in dating you. It's that simple. Only men that's going to be interested in dating you are the average 9 to 5 men who work a 9 to 5 job. It's just facts. So the cold hard reality and the cold hard truth to it is, if you're going to go to school and get an education, you better start talking to men who only make less than $100,000 a year, $150,000 a year for all intents and purposes, because that's typically what your worth is in a dating market. A man who makes less than $150,000 a year. So it's one of those things where, if you're going to go to school and be this strong, independent woman and you want your man to support you, if you want somebody to support you, you need to date somebody that makes under $150,000. That's the only way you're going to get a man that's going to support you. If you make if he makes under $150,000 a year. Quite frankly, I'm not one of those men, because I make way more than $150,000 a year. So yeah, I'm not one of those men either. So you're going to have to go find somebody else, not me. But the sad part about it is, if you're going to be a strong and independent woman, or call yourself a strong and independent woman, you got to be able to take on the tasks and roles that come with being a strong, independent woman. You're going to have to be a man, and you're going to have to take care of somebody who makes less than you. It's that simple. You can't have it both ways, where you can have a person. You can't be dating somebody that makes as much as you or more than you and expect your relationship to be fine. You got to date somebody that makes less than you, because you got to take on that traditional role. Because apparently, we always talk about how men are scared of strong women, but it's funny how these same women overlook these men who make under $150,000 a year, and they don't want to husband them up, but they want a man that makes more than them to wife them up. So I look at it like this: in this day and age of equality, if you're going to be a woman making this kind of money, you might want to learn how to date down. It's just facts. You might want to learn how to date down. And what I mean by date down, I don't mean looks, or I don't mean just looks and or status wise. I mean date down as far as like economically. If you're going to be that type of woman who wants to make all this money, you might want to start looking at men who make less than 150,000 a year to take on as husbands, because this is typically how this is going to work. And this is the only way you're ever going to find somebody that's going to love you as much as you want to be loved, and have as much attention as you want to have. You got to date somebody who makes way far less than you. It's typically how that works. So men's been doing it for a very, very long time. You as a woman should be able to do it in this gynocentric society, or this, if you want to call it equal, you want equal rights. You should be able to take on these equal lefts and take on a man who makes less than you. It's typically how that works. But the sad part about that is women don't want that, because hypergamy, bitches, is how it works, and it's the cold hard truth. And the sad reality of the day is, what's up, Baron Yam? The sad reality of the day is we run into a lot of women who want all this great stuff, but they're not willing to put in the work themselves. Or we run into all these women who want all this great stuff, but they're not willing to be traditional, do like the traditional men used to do back in the day, and date a woman in a lower socioeconomic bracket than her, or lower economic or socioeconomic bracket than her. That's funny how that works, right? You want men to take you on and accept you, but you don't want to accept men who are willing to accept you who make less than you. How is that equal, ladies? If a man's willing to date a woman who comes from obscurity, you should be willing to date a man that makes middle class money and lives in America for all intents and purposes. That's typically how that works. We're not asking you to take a poor man off the street and date him. We're asking you to take a man that makes maybe somewhere between $45,000 to $75,000 a year, almost $100,000 a year for all intents and purposes. If you want a man that's going to love you, that's the market that you're going to have to shop in. That's the pawn that you're going to have to shop for a husband in. That's typically how that works. Just because you're successful, that don't mean successful men will want you. That's only something that women want in a man. They want a successful man. Men want a woman that's stable, that's going to be there for them, and they're always going to have their back. They don't give a damn about your education. They don't give a damn about your successful endeavors. They don't give a damn about any of this shit that you got going on in your life. They don't give a damn about your education. They don't give a damn about how much money you make. They don't give a damn about how many degrees you got. They don't give a damn about what kind of car you drive. They don't give a damn about what kind of house you live in. They don't give a damn about who your socioeconomic friends are. They don't give a damn that you're on the news. They don't give a damn about none of that stuff. All they know is they want somebody that's going to maintain stability for their households. That is all they want. They only want a human being that's going to be able to maintain stability for their households. That's fucking it. The sad part about that is women learn very quickly that just because you believe that you deserve something doesn't necessarily make it right, or doesn't necessarily make it so that everything's going to pan out in your favor. Would you say, don't look at me with your attitude? You're simple as hell with that one, Lynn. But yeah, it's one of those things where you have to be able to understand your environment, assess it properly, and learn from it. And you got to adapt to your environment today. Because the sad part about that, none of these men that make as much as you are really checking for you, or really looking for you, or looking at you. That's the cold hard reality. Now, there's a lot of men who make anywhere between 45 to 100K that are checking for you. But there ain't no men in your tax bracket that's literally checking for you. So you have to learn where your market is and where your market lies. That's typically how this stuff works. Because the cold hard reality of the day is no man who makes as much as you is looking to date you. Because here's how it actually works where women, and this is where women get fucked up. Typically, A man in a woman's same tax bracket is looking to smash her and dash her, like looking to hit it and quit it for all intents and purposes. That's all you are to a man in your tax bracket. He just wants to hit it and quit it. This is typically why I always talk about, this is typically the quote where I came up with 95% of women try to date men that only want to smash. They don't want to wife you up. They don't want to date you. They just want to hit it and quit it. That's all they want from you. So the sad part about that for women in these tax brackets, like Tommy Lauren and all these other women who are famous and popping, men in your tax bracket only want you to just smash. They don't want you for any other reason but just to smash. That's pretty much how that works. No, that is how that works. Now, there might be some outliers to this, but 95% of men, 98% of men only want you to smash. That's typically how it works. None of them actually want you to have actual sex. None of them actually want you to have a relationship with you. It's that simple. Except for the small minority of men who are actually in the middle class. They want you for a relationship, but men in your tax bracket only want you for a one-night stand or a two-night stand. That's about it. That's all you're good for men in your tax bracket is a one-night stand. They don't have no intentions in wifing you up because you're not wife material. You lost your wife material status when you gain your status. That's pretty much how that works. The faster you figure this out, the better off you'll be in the dating market. And it's the cold hard truth. Nobody wants to hear the truth. Everybody loves the truth and tell us about them. That's facts. Women don't like hearing the truth about themselves, so they do everything to or complain it out of existence, when in fact, it's the truth. You can't knock the truth. This is how this works. This is how society is in this day and age. It sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, it's one of those things where you have to, as a human being, have the ability to work out something or work on yourself to make yourself a better human being or make yourself a better person in general. Because right now, women lack a shit ton of self-awareness or awareness in general. And like I said, the only men that's willing to wife up women in that tax bracket are men that make anywhere between 45,000 to 100,000 a year. Those are the only men that you have as a choice to be in a relationship with. That's pretty much how that works. Those are your only options that you have as a woman. If you make that kind of money, like a Tommy Lauren or any of these news reporters or any of these other people, your only choice is that. Those group of men in the middle class bracket in America. That's your only choices. That's all you amount to. That's all you ever be. And that's all you would ever amount to. And that's pretty much what your worth is. A middle class man is the only one that's willing to wife you up. And that's the cold hard truth. And I hate to say it like that, but it is what it is. Because the sad part about that, just because you believe or just because you like men who are so successful that they make a shit ton of money, that don't mean men like women who make a shit ton of money. The only men that like a woman that makes shit ton of money are men, like I said, that make anywhere between 45,000 to 100,000 a year. They like women like Tammy Lauren. They like women like, Laurel Ingrams and all those other people like that for all intents and purposes. So that's pretty much how it works. That's how life is. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but again, I believe your lack of self-awareness and the fact that you don't really see when a man is not interested in you or understand when a man is not interested in you all goes to your arrogance. Because you believe that if you're as successful as a man, you should be able to get everything you want in life. That's not how this world works. Men in your tax bracket don't want a woman in your tax. a woman in his tax bracket. Men in your tax bracket don't want a woman like that at all. They would rather date a woman from a rich family, rich or wealthy family, who's pretty much a socialite, who got nothing going on in her life but a lot of time on her hand for all intents and purposes. Typically, this is the type of women that a lot of men date in your tax bracket. They tend to date like socialites or, heiress for all intents and purposes to like heiresses to like hotels or, businesses or, things like that for all intents and purposes. These are typically the type of women that men like this go for. They want somebody, if they want somebody just as popular or just as popping as you, they'll pretty much date a socialite's, a very rich man's daughter who knows how to be a housewife, who wants to continue on the lineage of their families, who wants to be a stay-at-home mom while still having a nanny in the house. Like, think about that. She's a stay-at-home mom and she has a nanny. She's living a life. Her family's wealthy. She's got a successful man. And she's a stay-at-home mom with a nanny. Let that shit sink in. It's just facts. That's typically what it is when it comes to men in this tax bracket. Like a good example of that is I make a decent amount of money a year, but the sad part about that is I'm not willing to date y'all bitches. And I'm just a regular everyday Joe, but I make a shit ton of money to put me in your market for all intents and purposes. But I'm not willing to date you. I'm literally right now dating an heiress to something, basically. Because she's a good mom. She doesn't have a nanny, but she's a good mom. And she takes care of children. And she loves her children. She loves spending time with her children. She loves taking her daughters out to go get their nails done or hair done. She loves doing all this stuff with her children. She doesn't complain once about spending time with her children. However, she will complain when she doesn't get the chance to spend time with her children. That's when she starts complaining. She doesn't complain about spending time with her children. She complains when she doesn't get a chance to spend time with her children. Like a good example of that is there was one time when our children was supposed to go on a trip with the family, and it cut into her one-on-one time on her mommy children bonding time. She literally complained about it. So what we worked out was, how about you go on a trip with them? No, I don't want to rain on that trip. Well, you're going to be mad and complaining when you can't spend time with the children. I'm just saying, take your ass on that trip with them. Now, I could admit I was being a bit selfish because it was time to myself. At least I'm honest about that shit. But at the same time, she was able to fulfill her wants and needs to spend time with her children by going on that trip. So she ended up going on a trip and ended up having a blast, ended up spending an exorbitant amount of time with her children. It's typically how that works. Only thing she missed was spending time with her baby daddy. Which was the downfall to that, which made me happy because I got a lot more work done and I was a lot more productive that week than I normally am. Typically is how it worked because I was able to complete a lot of other tasks that I wasn't able to complete due to like having children around. It wasn't even her. It was more or less having the children around that actually hindered me from actually finishing a lot of my tasks. I'm usually pretty good at finishing a lot of my tasks, but that week I think I finished probably like 5 months of work in 1 week. Like 5 months of work in 1 week. Think of how productive I was. 5 months of work in 1 week, not having any children around. So it's one of those things where I was like my most productive that week. And it's pretty much how it is. And it's one of those things where like women have to be able to assess their value properly and understand where they stand at in the economic and the SMV value and the economic value of who they really are. Just because you make a shit ton of money that don't mean you deserve a man who makes a shit ton of money. Because men who make a shit ton of money are not checking for you, and they probably are overlooking you right now as we speak. That's typically how it works. It's not the fact that they're afraid of you, or it's not the fact that they don't want to talk to you, or you think they're childish. It's more or less the fact that they lost interest in you based on something you said out the side of your mouth, or something that you may have related to them that turned on red flags in their mind to let them know that, okay, yeah, I'm done with this. I'm not even going to pursue this anymore. Because 9 times out of 10, you probably did say something that turned them off and raised a lot of red flags in their mind. And women aren't really aware of half the shit that comes out of their mouth, and they're never really willing to assess any of the stuff that comes out of their mouths, because they think that, a lot of the stuff that they say is okay. It's funny how women will always hold back their weight and their age, thinking that it's a bad thing, or their body count, thinking it's a bad thing, but they won't hold back certain information, like that is pertinent, that makes you look crazy for all intents and purposes. And I've always found that interesting when it comes to women, talking to women, especially in my 14-year career talking to women. It's funny how all this stuff, literally, women don't understand how all this stuff affects them and affects the people around them and affects their prospects in dating. When they actually talk like this or say things like this out the side of their mouths, you sound crazy, and men look at that, a red flag goes off in his head, and he's like, yep, no, I'm checking out. And that's the sad reality of today, and that's the sad reality of the dating market today. There's only a few good men, and they're all probably taken in or checked out. The sad part about that, when it comes to the few good men, there's only a few good men out there. And the men that are actually good are either pulling themselves out of the market, or they're being overlooked. That's typically how it works. Majority of the men in this world, about 90% of men in this world, are assholes. They only want one thing. 10% of the men in this world either checked out or are getting overlooked. It's pretty much how it works. 10% of the men in this world either checked out or being overlooked. They're checking for you, but you're not checking for them. And the sad part about that, a lot of the men who checked out of the market been done wrong in divorce court, or in child custody hearings. So a lot of these men check out because they don't want nothing to do with that, nor do they want to have to go back through the ringer again, nor do they want to take the chance on a woman to do them dirty over and over again. It's pretty much how it works. So out of that 10% of men who are good men, about 6 or 7% of them check themselves out of the market. So it only leaves 4% good men. 3 to 4% good men left in the market. Sad part about that is they're only one divorce away from being destroyed too by the wrong woman that they got into a relationship with. They're only like a divorce away or a relationship away from being destroyed as men and not wanting to ever date again. Hell, I realized I was looking at the numbers each year for which is actually pretty sad when this is actually happening. I was looking at the numbers for gay and lesbian people year by year. The sad part about that is the gay men population is actually going up. The gay men population is literally on a rise. Like, let this shit sink in. The gay men population is on a rise. The lesbian population is slowly declining. Or there's a lot of women reverting to being bisexual. Like, let this shit sink in. There's a lot of women that are going from being lesbian to going to being bisexual. So the lesbian population is slowly dwindling. But the gay population is going up. The bisexual population also is going up. So what's that say about ladies? If the gay population is going up, there's probably a lot of men that probably say, you know what, fuck it, might as well go gay. Like, legit, think about that. And there's probably a lot of, and the sad part about that, a lot of women who've been in lesbian relationships are now calling themselves bisexual or heterosexual now. That's the cold hard reality today. Matter of fact, I was talking to a woman who is the principal of a school in Pittsburgh who was straight. She married a man. She cheated on her man. He found out about it. He broke up with her. Good on that man. So because he left her, because he left her and he didn't want nothing to do with her, even though she apologized, got on her knees and begged for his forgiveness, he left her ass high and dry because he wasn't with that. That's not how he was raised. So what happened with her was she decided to go lesbian. Needless to say, that relationship didn't even last that long. That relationship lasted about as long. Matter of fact, let's just put it this way. The relationship she was in when she was cheating was 4 times longer than a relationship she was in as a lesbian. She was only in that relationship for 2 years with that woman before they called it quits. Let that shit sink in. When she was married to that man, she was married to that man for more than 12 years. What's that say about men and women? Obviously, 2 years is too long to spend with a woman. That's pretty much how that works. But yeah, it's one of those things. You have to understand, women, that you got yourself in this predicament. You painted yourself into a corner. You got to figure out how to traverse yourself back across the paint to get your asses out of the corner. You're in the corner now. You put yourselves in the corner. And Patrick Swayze ain't here to save you, to tell you nobody puts baby in a corner. It's that simple. So it's one of those things, as a human being, as a person, that you have to realize that you got to have good self-awareness. You got to have good situational awareness. You can't always say the most ridiculous shit out the side of your mouth and expect guys to go, oh, that's sexy. No, that's unattractive. It's that simple. Just because you like drinking beer, that don't mean a man's going to find whatever comes out of your mouth attractive. Not too many men find that attractive. A man wants a lady. A man really wants a woman that's a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets. So a man really wants a woman that can conduct themselves as ladies in the streets and freaks in the sheets. That's pretty much how that works. A man doesn't want a woman that's going to show off all the stuff that he's seeing in a bedroom on the streets. He wants that saved for himself. If you're going to go out there looking and dressed like a hoe, your chance of actually finding a man that you want are slim to none. All you're going to find is a bunch of men that just want to hit it and quit it. That's typically how that works. If you don't believe me, look at college culture with all these girls running around here with these hot pants on with their ass cheeks hanging out. Look at how long the relationships last in college. Look at how long they last in college. You can't sit up here and tell me that you dress like that garners you the right attention, when in fact, If it did, you wouldn't be out here talking about where have all the economically attractive men gone? Where have all the good men gone? You wouldn't be making these claims if it got you the proper attention that you wanted. Because the sad part about that, you dressing like a hoe is going to attract male hoes to you. That's pretty much how that works. You dressing like a hoe and looking like a hoe is going to attract male hoes to you. Or in your case, as you like to call them, dogs. That's all it's going to attract you is dogs. Because the sad part about that is when I see a woman dressed like that, I roll my eyes and have a look of disgust on my face. Anytime I see a woman dressed with anything and all this shit hanging out, I literally roll my eyes and have this disgust look on my face like, ugh. And that's exactly how I see women that dress like that and look like that. Ugh. Filth. Or sometimes I'll just laugh and shake my head. But most times I'll literally go, ugh, filth. Literally, I become a condescending prick when I see women dressed like that. Look at this filth. Look at this filth. I basically look at you like you're garbage. That's how good men view you, types of women that look like that. Good men view women who dress like that and look like that like garbage. Why would I want to bring garbage home to my family? Why would I want to ingratiate myself with garbage? Why would I want to bring garbage in my house? Why would I want to clutter my house and life with garbage? This is typically how good men think. This is typically how real men who are doing real things in their lives think of women who dress like this and look like this. Ugh, filth. Or ugh, garbage. Because the sad part about that is that's exactly how I view any woman who looks and dresses the part. Like filth or garbage. You're nothing more than garbage or filth to me. Anytime I see you, I'm not interested in you. I just want to pick you up and throw you in the nearest trash receptacle. That's literally how I feel about women that look and dress like that. I want to pick you up, ball you up, and throw you in the nearest trash receptacle because you're trash to me. You're straight trash to me. So if I think this way, just know men who make more money than me think exactly the same damn way. They don't want some woman out there showing off all her body parts with her ass hanging out. They want somebody who looks conservative, who dresses conservative. They want somebody who wears a nice dress or dresses like a news reporter. They don't want that person that looks like a hoe in public. And the sad part about that, depending on who the man is, there's levels to this hoe-ness for all intents and purposes, depending on who the man is. Men will say, some men that are economically savvy or economically attractive to women will say, if she's showing side boob, I don't want her. She's trash. If she's showing too much leg, she's trash. If she's wearing low-cut tops, she's trash. If she's wearing hip huggers and showing off her ass in public, she's trash. This is typically how men of a higher caliber think about women. If you look like this, if they do mess with you, it's only going to be a one-night stand, maybe a two-night stand. Hell, if the sex was good, he might give you 3 nights. But that's all you're ever going to be to that man is a one-night stand, two-night stand, or a 3-night stand. Or just for sex. Basically, a lot of these women end up turning to booty calls. And they think because they're booty calls, they're in a relationship, when in fact, you're nothing more than a booty call. This is typically how a lot of this stuff works. This is typically how men like me think, who make money, who make serious amounts of money, and who are business owners, and are business savvy, and are economically savvy, think about women who dress like this. You're a hoe. You're trash. You're garbage. Where's the nearest trash receptacle? Ball yourself up and climb into it. That's exactly how we think when we see women like this. Because no self-respecting man with economic stature wants to date some woman that looks like that. It is what it is. And that's typically how this works. You get caught up drinking your own damn Kool-Aid that you start liking it too much, and you end up off yourself like that one Colt with the Nikes on and the Kool-Aid. And it's the cold hard reality when it comes down to it. Manly wants to off his load. Yeah, literally. That's pretty much all they really want. All men really want. They just want to stick their dick in you and call it a day. That's it. That's all your value is when you dress like that to an actual valuable man. You're nothing more than a smash and dash. We don't plan on taking you home to mama. We don't plan on taking you home to meet the family. We don't want to take you to go to the wine vineyard. We don't want to take you on expensive trips. We don't want to take you any damn where. We'll take you somewhere cheap and bang you out and then bring you back home. We're not going to take you nowhere like, Ibiza. We're not going to take you anywhere like, Martha's Vineyard. We're not going to take you anywhere like, anything like that. Because you lack value to us. You're garbage to us. Ball yourself up and climb into the nearest trash receptacle, because that's pretty much what you are to us. You're nothing more than garbage on the street to us. Men who are successful business owners and are successful in life, you're nothing more than garbage on the street to us. Think of New York City, with all the rats running around and all the garbage all over the damn place. That's exactly how we see you. Like a New York street at night. Garbage and rats. And it's going to hurt, but it is what it is. Sometimes you need to hear the truth. My mom always said, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. But that bitch died last year. I don't got to be nice no more. It's that simple. So at the end of the day, this is the cold hard truth. This is the cold hard truth on what men would means think of women who dress this way or act this way. You're garbage. You're a rat on a street, in the New York street. You're nothing more than a sewer rat on a New York street. Or you're just garbage on the side of the road. It is what it is. The faster y'all figure this out, the better off you'll be as human beings. Because no man wants a woman that's going to show off all the stuff that he gets to see in the bedroom to everybody on the streets. That doesn't make you special anymore. That makes you less special. Because if everybody knows what you got, you're less special. You have less value to you. If everybody knows what you look like, there's less value to you. You're about this small. Your value goes down very much because you flooded the market and everybody got pictures of you naked. So everybody knows what you look like. So you're not valuable to that man at all. You're nothing more than garbage. This is typically why you'll see men like Donald Trump date the women he dates and treat them the way they do. Because he can. Because he believes the women he dated are garbage. This is why he can cheat on them and treat them the way they do and talk the way he does to them. Because he knows his value and he knows you have very little value. He knows the reason why you are who you are right now is because of him. Because he's a man that knows his value and his worth. This is how he can sit up here and bang multiple women. This is how he can sit up here and cheat on his wife while she's pregnant. This is simply how he can do all this shit because he knows his value and he knows his worth. And he knows you're garbage. So he's going to date a woman like that and treat her as such because that's what she deserves. It's typically like that running joke with I think it was Eddie Murphy or that Jay-Z song about girls. When he found you, you were broke and destitute. He's the reason why you even remotely are anything nowadays. Let's just keep it 100 and cut the shit. This is exactly why he could do the stuff he do and treat people the way he do. The faster you figure this out, the better off you'll be. And in my favorite line that I stole from another content creator, if you dress like that and look like that, we automatically think you belong to the streets. Because it's true. You belong to the streets. Anytime you want that kind of attention, you a street hoe. You're nothing more than a street hoe who happens to dress a little bit nicer. You're a streetwalker for all intents and purposes. That's exactly how we see you. So if you act like a street hoe, you get treated like a street hoe. It's that simple. And the sad part about that is that's exactly how men who make as much money on me and more view women. Like trash. If you act like that, you're trash. If you act like that in public or get like that on social media, you're trash. If you want to take butt shots in the mirror, you're trash. If you want to belittle people and berate people, you're trash. If you want to dress in yoga pants, but you don't even know a lick of yoga, or you can't even spell yoga, or never even been to a yoga class, you're trash. This is exactly how we see you. The faster you figure this out, the better off you'll be. Women with a shit ton of tattoos, trash. Women with a shit ton of piercings, trash. If we do mess with you, you're only good for a booty call. You're not even good enough to be the side chick. You're just good enough for a booty call. You're not even, like I said, you're not even side chick material. You're just booty call material. Because there's even levels to this. But I digress on my my last stream, and we have about 12 people in the box. So, what time is it? I'll invite some people into the chat for the last stream so we can talk about this. Let's do it. For the second half of this last stream, I'm going to invite some lovely folks into this so we can have a discussion about this. Let's see who jumps in. We got MGTOW to win.
She trash. Put her out on her ass.
Whoever wants to jump in, feel free to jump in, most definitely. Don't get scared. Don't get scared.
Don't get scared, yeah. Like,
I see people in the chat. Don't get scared.
The
don't
thing
get
is,
now.
I'm not. Don't worry. I don't bite. Come on, get in there. God damn, you got the truck running and shit.
Got the truck running.
That ain't me. That ain't my truck. That's an older truck.
I kind of figured.
Problem is these older trucks ain't got no inverters, so they got no inverters or APUs and stuff. So they had to run the engine at a low idle, and it looks to me like he got a glider kit. That dude got a glider.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, somebody else joined in.
Like
Yam.
Oh my goodness.
Freight train mindset. That's what we doing now.
Y'all motherfuckers know that I am at my place of business. With the
we knew you were at your place of business.
Right, look here.
You didn't have to bring your ass in here. We knew you were at your place of business.
Oh, you said that's what y'all were talking shit. Okay.
No, Wen was talking shit. Take your ass back to work. Take your ass back to work when you get in trouble.
That's fine. All right.
And look,
Later.
I was about to be I was about to call it Kenworth mindset or Freightliner mindset
That's what he's
or
about to
Western
be if he kept
Star
on jumping in like
mindset
that.
or Peterbilt mindset, International
True story.
mindset, Mack truck
What's up,
mindset.
Mr. Go? How you doing? Anybody else want in?
But pretty much it's like, oh god damn it, man, come on, chill out. You know I'm trying to make a video.
Oh, okay.
Don't be an asshole.
The Billy Goat's coming in after he goes to the potty.
Hold on. Trying to get him to calm. Trying to get my dog to calm the fuck down and stop fucking going after my guy.
Billy the Goat's jumping in right after he hits the bathroom.
All right.
So this is going to be
One
a good
thing
stream
about-
when he jumps in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you win.
One of the good things about Milo. Hold on. All right, I was saying it's like she belongs to the streets.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I had to get on here and say that she trashed. God damn, what the fuck happened to your door? God damn, your door is fucked.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
But I had to get on here and say that, you know, like I mean, it's I wouldn't even sleep with Tom and Lorian's attitude. I wouldn't even sleep with her, and I'm a fucking truck driver. You know, I mean, she fucked her chances
That's
with me.
That's cold hard reality right there.
Right. Don't worry, my truck's not starting. I hope not. It's just I'm hey, look, I gotta put my goddamn auto start to charge, keep my battery charged.
I know. You're fine.
But
You're fine.
But
Trust
Tom
me, I
and
know.
Lorraine, yeah. But Tom and Lorraine screwed her chances with any middle class man. You know?
Well, not any. There's some that still would take her on, which is sad. But
I mean, with a lot of middle class men. I mean, why the hell would I want to mess with some rich motherfucker's sloppy fucking seconds, and 2, mess with somebody who believes that who basically in all intents and purposes called me trash. You know?
well, she's not actually referring to you. Indirectly, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Indirectly. Who indirectly called me trash. What the fuck would I look like? I know I was born, but I was born, but I wasn't born yesterday. In fact,
or as the one famous saying, I was born that night, but I wasn't born last night.
And look, I was born 2 weeks ago, but shit, that was years ago.
True story.
It's like she may not have called me trash, but she did it indirectly, and she called a lot of other men trash indirectly. And the only mother she's gonna get is the mother that's going, oh, it's okay, Lauren, I still want you. The sorry individual. And you know the funny thing about it? She's not gonna want them.
True story.
She's gonna look at them like they're a joke. In fact, she'll probably be more turned on by me. For the simple fact that I'm saying the stuff that I'm gonna say. That she would be by one of those, oh, it's okay, Lauren. He just doesn't know your value. Your value is about maybe about $5.99. You know?
Is it $5.99 at the Dollar Tree store?
No.
Dollar General store.
$1.99. $1.99. Anything higher than that, you're out your mind. You know?
Pretty much, yeah.
It is like
Billy the Goat in the house.
What? Yep, Billy the Goat.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, it was a Happy Meal. If that.
If
You said it's a
you're
Happy Meal or the Happy Meal is back.
if
You
you're
said
that lucky, a Happy Meal. I mean, yeah,
See, with the toy on it.
she's worth less than a Happy Meal with the toy, with 2 toys. You know?
she worth less than a Happy Meal, even without the
Yeah.
toys. My goodness gracious.
That ain't a very happy meal.
No, it ain't. It sure enough ain't. A Manly Low said he's falling asleep.
The old Burger King is now promoting mental health.
Yeah, I
So-
know. I seen that.
So it's like,
I was laughing about that. I was like, I want the angry meal. Because I'm angry that y'all
Yeah.
got y'all asses into this mess. So I got the angry meal.
Hey, look, I got some advice for you, Tom and Lorraine. There's a neighborhood that would gladly give you your little fantasies, any fantasies you want. You just gotta fly to get them. You know. You might have to pay them, but
that's so easy.
Actually, no. The lesbian community would be happy to have her.
oh shoot, okay, go ahead, go. We are more than happy. We are more than happy to give you to the lesbian community. Go play with scissors and a jack. You know,
Good Lord.
go ahead, play with your scissors and a jack.
But anyways, what were you actually gonna say on the topic? Because it's not necessarily just about Tommy Lauren. We're talking about women in general
Oh,
who
my.
who have these
Let's see.
shortcomings.
What I was gonna say on the topic.
Who have these shortcomings in the dating market altogether. It's not just Tommy Lauren that has these shortcomings. We're talking about a plethora of women
Yeah.
who are finding
Oh
out
my
very
God.
quickly all the stuff that they were told and all the stuff that they were sold ends up being false and null and void, and they end up in the messes that they're in with the whole entire dating market disaster and stuff along the lines of that.
My favorite.
So,
My favorite. Don't date this blank race. This insert race of men. Don't date this insert race of men. They will this, and this insert fill in the blanks of any negative adjective.
mhm.
That's my favorite right there. Because they're not dating this particular, they completely excluded this group of men. They've literally chopped off a lot of their chances because they were either told by their girlfriends, which they should have not listened to in the first damn place, or their fathers, which I think, I don't remember who said it, but they were ashamed of some of the actions that they did. I think it was you, Tico.
No,
It was either you or Yam.
All I can think of for me to say something like that is I remember when my grandmother started dating my granddad, and her family was very upset with her decisions to date my granddad because he was darker. And the same goes for my granddad's mother. My granddad's mother family was actually very ashamed of her, and they disowned her because she dated a dark-skinned Latino, basically, too.
Right.
So those are the only things that I could actually run into. We're not willing to accept this or take this on and this, that, and the other. The sad part about that actually runs pretty deep within a Latin culture, I've noticed. However, I noticed if the person is Latino and dark skinned, they get more of a pass than they would if they were like African American, or
Right.
anything like that for all intents and purposes, for the fact that they still have culture. They're still a part of the culture. So dark-skinned Black Latinos basically get a pass for the fact that they're still the culture. And you can actually respect the culture, and you're basically keeping the culture within the culture. Because typically, what a lot of Latin families are upset with is typically when their grandchildren are not going to be taught within the culture or stay within the culture for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those things where it's like they still want their grandchildren to learn the culture, but the sad part about that, if they date somebody like a white man or a black man or somebody else, that culture's gone. And that's typically the mentality that we all hold for all intents and purposes when it comes to our children. If you date outside your race, or not race, if you date outside your culture, our culture is going to disappear. We take pride in our culture. This is typically why the community, this is typically where the unity in the community actually comes from.
I mean, I'm not talking about the Latino. I'm talking about more along the line because y'all have your reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
well, the same thing goes for Indian. Same thing goes for Indians too. So it's one of those things where Indian culture, the same thing. African culture,
Chinese.
the same thing.
I want to keep Chinese.
Go ahead, Billy, to go.
Well, let me just stop beating around the bush in this place. I'm talking about black women that have been told by their girlfriends and their daddies not to date other black men.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, no matter how decent they are, they seem to be. No matter how well put together they seem to be, they're still always on. Like I said, basically they're describing all the negatives either brought on through their own previous act negativity or brought on by the news or the media, stuff like that.
Well, the problem with that whole entire thing, though, the problem with that thing is, like I was saying to you on the phone, statistically, a white man's more likely to date outside his race than a white woman or a black woman.
Right.
So, in all technicality, white men, like, it is funny when I always hear this narrative from, like, white women that the reason why we're like this or the reason why everything's like this is because of white men, or the reason why this is this and white men are racist. And this is the funny thing about that. If you ever look at the statistics on who dates outside their race and who doesn't date outside their race, white men are more likely to date outside their race than white women. Like, I think it's like 93, 95% of white women date within their race, whereas it's like 80-something% of white men only dating their race. The same thing goes for black women. Black men are statistically more likely to date outside their race than a black woman is. Like, let that thing sink in. The only female group that's statistically willing to date outside their race is Latin women. They're more likely to date outside their race than a Latin man is. That's pretty much how it works. So the rest of the women, they just think and this is one of the many things that always bothered me when it comes to white women, when they always try to bash white men. White men are racist, okay, but you're less likely to date outside your race than a white man is. So therefore, white men aren't racist. You're more racist than a white man. Let's have this conversation now. So like I always wonder why white men don't bring that up in arguments with white women.
Because they want the sweet boo nanny.
Well, no, not necessarily, because a lot of these white men anyway are dating outside the race any damn way. So it's not like it really matters. It's not like it really matters.
Yeah, but for me, it's like I kind of walked away, from dating altogether, because I will admit, I will admit I failed. I failed a lot. I failed and stumbled a lot. After so much stumbling, you just tend to say, you know what? Yeah, I'm done. I'm just gonna take my losses and just deal with them.
Yeah, but that's not the question I'm asking. What I'm asking is, when white women bring up the thing of the topic of race, being who's racist and who's not racist.
That's a good question. Why don't white men use that narrative?
Why don't any man use that against them?
That's a damn good question.
Argument.
You know what? I'm gonna use it against somebody.
Because, like I said, white men are more statistically willing to date outside their race than white women are.
Right.
It's just facts.
You know what? Yeah. Thank you for this.
So if a white man is willing to date outside his race, how does it make him racist?
That's a good question.
Than a white woman.
I'm gonna use that one. I'm gonna use that one, Tico.
But I'm gonna let Billy the Goat talk on a different topic, even though I just brought that up though. That's not really what I wanted to touch, but I wanted to actually lay that out there for a lot of people because I've always found that shocking how white men get labeled as racist, but they're more likely that they'd also have their race than their white female counterparts.
Right.
But like back to the actual thing where the whole entire shortcomings of women in this day and age in the dating market. Go ahead, Billy the Goat.
Yeah, okay, cool. I've got a brilliant example or a set of examples for you guys. But before we go on to that, my first girlfriend was a Nigerian girl. I'm a white fella, so there we go. I mean, straight away, like outside of my race. My second girlfriend, like long term, was half Jamaican, half Indian. And the last one I was with, my long term, was Chinese. And the Chinese hate dating outside their culture, or the parents hate their children dating outside their culture. In fact, her mother didn't like the idea of me getting involved in the family, but only because of my half Asian heritage was I accepted. Other siblings in her family who were straight up white male English, it took a long time for them to get accepted into the family. But it's not because they're trying. Well, it might be a little bit of they're trying to keep their culture contained. But quite frankly, they were quite straight up, really. You know, the way they would speak about black people or something like that, quite derogatory. But it's changing now gradually, but it was a lot worse like 10 years ago.
Oh yeah,
so anyway,
definitely.
So with the state of women, single mums in my area where I am, I mean, now I'm a single dad, right? My kid's with me, so I'm taking my kid to school in the morning and picking her up, right? So I see a lot of women on my way, and in the playground, outside the school, interactions with the kids. You know how that the kids will be talking to each other, so then women will come over and start wanting to talk with you and things like that. So I'm seeing a whole bunch of just falling off the cart mentally. It's kind of funny. It's like there is quite a vast range of these dysfunctional women, but at the same time, they all share that kind of commonality of being dysfunctional. So it's quite an interesting kind of paradox. But like, just thinking of some of the women I'm seeing today, even when I was taking my kid to school, there's one woman who's become overweight. You can see the kind of misery in her face, her way she's walking and carrying herself. She's just reeking of depression. There's some who are like multicolored, feminist, wild. There's some who are, it's like they're hypersensitive, so they're in this kind of frantic mode where they're almost like twitchy and just kind of like rushing around with their kids. There's
Chicken with the head cut off.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of a single woman amongst them who seems to be like healthy, you know, like in a sense, like mentally healthy. They all seem to have some kind of degree of, it becomes a kind of guessing game, like what kind of trauma has this person been through, you know? Like, and at the same time, they're kind of curious with me because they kind of pick up like, oh, he must be a single dad. There's not a woman in his life, you know, like for the school performances or the sports day. I'm just there on my own watching my kid kind of thing. So a whole bunch of them are kind of figured out that I'm a single dad. And they kind of...
See, the thing is, they can't have a single dad. You know why?
Well, I don't fucking
I'm sorry about that.
It's like, I mean, it's always like, we're at the school. So even if I don't even see your kid or recognize which kid belongs to you, I already know you're a single mum. Or you're a mother with kids. You might have a partner, but you know, I'm not nowhere am I fucking getting involved in a monkey branch. So it's just like kind of like off limits. I kind of just stay distant. But I mean, it's quite scary. So it's kind of like I don't fucking want. I got too much to risk to lose. I ain't fucking chancing it with these people. So So I'm kind of like keeping my distance. I mean, at the moment, with the way the virus is going on, and the situation with like semi-lockdown, parents aren't allowed on the school premises, so we're all having kind of like gather in the street along the gate, and it's so disorganized because it's no longer on school premises that people are standing in the middle of the road, you know. So it's kind of like a mob is outside the school waiting for their children to come out, and some of them are lining up, but I'm kind of like, well, I'll be on the opposite side of the street and just wait until I can see my kid coming out, wave my hand, and then kind of shoot over, grab my kid, and then like fuck off immediately, and like not really messing around one little bit with them. So it's I mean, it's not looking good. It's a bit of an eyesore. And another kind of funny example I could give you was earlier, well, last year, about a year ago or so, I went on a parental course just to sort of boost, because I was going through my breakup. I wanted to do sort of kind of like, they suggested I go on it to kind of like prove my worth. So I was the only male in this parental class, so the rest are female. And the kind of therapist or coach person was a lady. She was going around like, so why are you here? What kind of things do you need help with? And each one of these women were like, oh, my kid's out of control. I'm losing my mind. I'm stressing out. Or another one will say like, I'm depressed. I don't know what to do. The other one would be like, oh, my kid's grades are slipping. We're struggling. There's all this kind of like problem after problem after problem. And then she gets around to me because I've deliberately placed myself on the end of this, you know, sitting around in a circle. So I'm like sitting on the end of the circle. And she finally gets around to me, goes like, why are you here? And I said, well, because in case I need to go to court and I need to prove that I put an effort in to wanting to, you know, like quote unquote, like better myself as a parent. But, you know, I'm not having any problems with my kid. If anything, like life has got a lot better with my kid. So she's like, oh, okay. And I ended up becoming an unofficial assistant at that parental class. Just like I started talking.
Yeah, and that's really how it works. Men do.
And it was kind of like it's like another form of like red pill. It's kind of like, oh my god, I didn't fucking realize that these women are so bad and so messed up, and their kids are and they somehow they seem surprised or bewildered like why their kids are a mess. It's like, no fucking wonder your kids are a mess. It's look what's going on, you know. So there's a lot of like it's like that state of denial. They're so oblivious to their problems that they fuck know how they're gonna sort it out or what to do about it. They've given up. You know?
Yeah. And the sad part about that is like they're so oblivious to that they don't really have the skills to take care of their own children. Then they wonder why it's so hard to take care of children when in fact it's really not that hard at all. And this is typically, I think, why one of the many reasons why they always try to paint it like it's so hard to be a single parent, when in fact this is why they don't typically. I believe this is typically why they don't always highlight single fathers for this reason, because they would make single mothers look like shit.
It's so
and
bad.
The sad part about that is I was talking about this in one of the many live streams or one of the many podcasts I was having, where I said it's funny how economically a single mother is like damn near impoverished to like $29,000, but a single father makes anywhere between $35,000 to $55,000 a year. Like what does that say for the basis of like single mothers make anywhere between like $5,000 to $29,000 a year if they're lucky. $29,000 a year. Usually they make anywhere between $5,000 to like the teens for all intents and purposes. So they make anywhere upwards between like $5,000 to $20,000 a year. Whereas a single father usually brings anywhere between $30,000 to $50,000 a year. And it's one of those things where it's like, well, what's going on with that household? Obviously, economically, it's not right. So for you to choose to make the decisions that you make as a single parent, obviously the reason why the man is going to do good is not because is not just because he's financially more stable, but also he's also much more consistent and much more mentally stable when it comes to his children. Everything's always going to be consistent across the board for his children, whereas in a single mother household, shit's just going to be all over the place.
Yeah.
It's going to look like one of those. It's going to look like one of those music sheets where all the notes are all over the fucking place, and you got to figure out where it starts, where it ends, where it starts, where it ends, and what's the high note, what's the low note, what's this note, what's that note, and that's typically what it looks like.
Well, because they struggle, and there's that lack of like true love. They compensate by spoiling their children and just give into it. They got no backbone and just do whatever the kids are the ones that are in control.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not making a great income, so I'm being careful with my spending. If my kid wants something, I'm like, well, no, because if we get that, then we're not going to be able. I'm not going to be able to buy you new clothes. You're growing, you're getting bigger, and you need some clothes to wear. So that's going to be a priority.
Yeah.
If there's anything left over, maybe then you can get something, you know. So
yeah,
I'm
even still though, it's the fact that you know how to prioritize
yeah.
that actually makes you a better parent. Because these women out here were like, I want an Xbox, I can't afford it, but I'm gonna go out there and get it anyway. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, wait, well, how's that work? Like, you can't afford it, but you want to go out there and get it anyway. It's basically like what I was talking about. This one woman that I know who's a mom whose children's daddy basically ended up in a bit of an accident, and he's no longer with them. I was talking about how she realizes as a person that she didn't have the greatest life growing up, and she had to raise herself, but she tries to do her best as a mom to raise her children. I was like, that's all you can do is try your best. And the sad part about that is she's actually doing a better job, despite the fact that she's struggling. She's doing a better job than most women in society are doing with their single mothers. And I was laughing at her the one day because she was like, we were talking about shopping and stuff like that. And she was like, I dread going shopping. I hate going shopping. I go, why? She says, because if I go shopping, I always go above my budget and then I'm fucked up for the rest of the month or year. So for her to actually be able to realize that about herself is a step above a lot of other women.
Yeah.
So, and the sad part about that, a lot of women can't think like that, or a lot of women can't think that far ahead, and they think, oh, well, my daughter wants to do this dance class. This dance class costs half my household budget. I'm gonna put my daughter in it anyway. What? And it's one of those things where like you're able to prioritize necessity over want. And the sad part about that, the reason why I'm willing to bet any money, the reason why you're able to keep it so that you're able to take care of your children and keep it cheap and still give the amount of love that you give to your children is because not only do you prioritize necessity, but I'm willing to bet any money whenever a problem arises, instead of sticking a sucker or some candy or putting an iPad in front of them, you address it so you don't have the problem down the line again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware how damaging being spoilt is and entitlement. You start giving them an inch, they're going to have this expectation that they'll get it again and again and again, and it's going to be worse. And like pacifying them, like spoiling is abuse. To spoil is like a fruit that rots. So you're rotting when you spoil a child. You're letting the child rot away.
Literally, facts.
I mean, and having that awareness is plays a huge role in sort of making plans and sorting out the future and things like that. I've seen this one particular woman, mother. This is before the lockdown, so we were on the premises of the school. Now, the kid was going into the classroom, but was crying for some reason. I don't know, maybe didn't want to go to school or something like that. So she grabbed the kid, her own kid, by the collars, swung him around against the wall, basically nailed him up against the wall, and started like laying into, not physically laying, but like yelling at him and screaming at him, shaking him around a little bit. The teacher was standing right there in shock, and I'm just looking. And I was also in shock. And it's kind of like, this is fucking assault. This is right on school grounds, right in front of the teacher. But the teacher was a bit of a pussy. He was a male teacher. He didn't know what to do. So they just kind of like let it happen. And like, it's just, and other kids are obviously in the area. Other parents are walking backwards and forwards past it. and it's kind of got so common and become part of the norm that no one fucking bats an eye anymore to it. But you know, it's
Yeah, but if it was a father, how much you want to bet that somebody would have batted an eye to that?
well, I wanted to grab that woman and beat the shit out of her. It's
Yeah.
like,
No, I'm just saying though. Just imagine. Now replace that woman's sex with a man. Now, how much you would have bet that everybody would have jumped in it had it been a man grabbing a child up doing that to a child?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm having to cut. It's confusing for my kid. It's confusing because I'm like, sweetheart, don't watch that. That's not, you know, I no way am I going to treat you like that kind of thing. And she's like, mixed messages.
But the thing is like we're basically how we're supposed to discipline the children. We're not allowed to.
Well, it's not that though. It's not that because the sad part about that, it's not the fact
Unless
that you're
we
not
have
allowed.
the right plumbing.
Well, no, it's not even. Yeah, that too. But it's not even that. It's more or less the fact that there were people that were overdoing the beatings for all intents and purposes, which typically got us the whole entire, you know, corporal punishment bans from everybody across the board in the Western world because we had people that were overdoing it. And the sad part about that, the only people that were really overdoing it were women. They try to paint it in the guise that it was men doing it, but majority of the people that were over abusing their children were women. Majority of the children that are in the system that get picked up by like whoever your counterparts is for Child Protective Services, 90 to 90% of those children belong to single mothers. Like, let that sink in.
Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, 80 to 90% of those children belong to single mothers. Another 10 to 15% actually belong to two-parent households.
I mean, it doesn't really seem too surprising for me anyway. Like hearing that nowadays, the way things are, it's not really a big shocker. Because you see a single father, and you can see that man is so grateful to have their kid or be with their kid and have time with their kid, you know. Whereas for a woman, you see that half the time it's like, you know, it's like they're dragging around baggage or something like that, something that they loathe and resent. Well, and to some degree they do. They fucking hate their kids.
I believe it sometimes. I believe it.
I mean, it's like that parental class I went to. So you had these women, and they're all kind of put in that sort of victimhood, woe is me, oh, what do I need to do? And then the therapist, well, she wasn't really a therapist, but the coach was giving advice, and they're all nodding along like, oh, yes, thank you, I feel so much better, yes. And then the session would finish, and they'll be like, oh, that was wonderful. And then I would see them again walking around on the street. And it is like, you weren't like that like half an hour ago. You know, your true nature has come out. Like, now you're dragging your kid around on the road and things like that. Like, so it's all an act. You know, they'll go to these classes, or depending who's their audience is, and, you know, they're fucking acting as well. So
yeah,
it's shocking, man. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's like, and the sad part about that is I've actually seen things like that too. When my son Laszlo used to actually go to a public school before I pulled him out of a public school. Actually, literally, me and my son were walking to school. Me and my son and the cartel princess are walking to school, and we seen a woman literally dragging her child on her knees on concrete. On her knees, just dragging her child. Yeah, literally dragging her child.
I mean, it's even though it's not.
Yeah, like she's literally dragging her child on her knees on concrete, and the child wanted to go to school, but the mom didn't want to take her to school.
But wow,
she's like, I want to go to school, and she's just dragging her on her kneecaps back to the house.
Yeah. I mean.
Like, can you imagine a man doing that to a child? Can you imagine how many people would flip in public if a man?
Oh my God! But think about this.
Yeah.
but think about this. Children typically don't want to go to school. What in the world is possessing her to actually want to go to school?
True story. True story. True damn story.
Yeah. They describe school now. Well, in the UK, they're describing school as a safe space for domestic violence now, because they're now trying to push domestic violence as a fashion trend.
Yeah.
Which is,
Right? It's like how in the actual blue fornicate.
well, they want to make they
That's
want
the
to
question.
cases to come forward, so then they can have people dragged to court and then make money out of it, and then everyone can, well, not everyone, but women largely can claim that they're all victims of domestic violence.
Yeah.
It's like we've got this high street chain called Boots. It's just a chemist. It's just like a main shop chemist. But they started doing this promotion thing where it's kind of like, if you need to come in and talk to us about domestic violence, we've got trained staff to help you. So it's kind of like, it sounds noble. It sounds like a good thing. It sounds like, oh yeah, this would be helpful and whatnot. But you can kind of tell that that's geared for women to come forward and not for men.
Yeah.
So they're encouraging, they're promoting the women to claim domestic violence, and it could be anything. It could be like you doing a fucking massage her feet, and now you're being accused of harming her or something like that.
Yeah. Because the sad part about, I was talking about the many different types of abuse that they have nowadays that women can actually tap into to actually say they're abused. And yeah, literally in Americasville, she was literally dragging her child across concrete on her knees. Her knees were bleeding, my dude. Her knees were freaking bleeding, my dude. Like,
Wow.
we literally watched this. Laszlo got so scared, he hid behind me. And the cartel princess, a person from Central America who is used to violence all the time and bloodshed, she said, "Oh my God!" Like, if you get the cartel princess,
Welcome to
the
America.
daughter of somebody who kills people for a living, to say, "Oh my God," you know you're fucking up. You know you're fucking up.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
Yeah, like the cartel princess literally
Home
covered
of
her
the
mouth and said,
fucked up.
"Oh my God." Like, she literally was like, "Oh my, I can't. Oh my God, should we do anything? Nope, let's not touch that. We don't need to get in any type of trouble that we already probably going to get into for being minorities anyway. So we're going to leave that alone." My son Lazo literally was like, he went from walking on the side of me to walking behind me. So I'm literally holding my son hand behind my back because he's horrified by the shit that's going on in front of him.
Which is a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's.
And quite honestly, I honestly do not blame anybody from a foreign country for not dating Americans, male or female. I don't blame them.
Yeah, true.
Because what you see, how could I blame you?
And the sad part about that, a lot of times, what's up, No Sweetheart? Thanks for coming to the stream. And you need to start uploading more videos, pimpin'. I'm missing videos from your ass. But yeah, the overall problem that I have from a lot of these women is, like, they get mad at me for saying I don't want to date you, but the fact of the matter is, it comes down to a cultural thing. The reason why I don't want to date you, I mean, there's other reasons outside of that. The initial ones that I ran into coming to America, but the initial reasons why I don't, one of the main overarching reasons why I don't want to date you is because of culture. In our culture, we believe in family and family unity. I'm not finna date somebody if I know they're going to be out on me after X amount of years and they can get cash and prizes. I'm not finna date somebody who's going to abuse our children or leave them somewhere or leave them with somebody who I don't trust myself. I'm not finna date somebody or marry somebody who's willing to do that with my children.
Yeah.
How can I trust you not to do that if I watch everybody else in the culture do it?
But the hard part about that is the woman I was with, I thought I could trust her. And, I was with her for 12 years, and then all of a sudden, like, the true nature and the hidden colors came out, and I was like, fucking hell, man, what the hell's going on? I thought,
True.
you know, and her siblings had children, so it's like this whole big family thing. So it's like, yeah, we've got security here. In the end, like, I had to cut the whole fucking that side of the family off because I just like that bloodline is just sick in the head.
Yeah,
you know. So
it is. And the sad part about that, I always say when I meet a woman, I have to meet her mother. I
yeah,
have to meet her family. If I don't like what her family got going on, I can't date that woman. If her mom looks older, if her mom looks like crap at her age, and I know that's what my significant other is going to look like at her age, at that age, I don't want to be with that woman. If her friends are garbage, I can't date that woman. If like I got a lot of variables that actually make me decide if I want to date a woman or not. If you're surrounded by garbage people, like your friends, I can't date you. If your family's garbage or your mom acts entitled or she looks
That's
older than her
understandable.
age, I can't date you because I know how you're going to age and you're going to age horribly, and I don't want to wake up next to the crypt keeper for all intents and purposes.
yeah,
It's things like that. So it's one of those things where like people go, "Well, you're shallow." I'm not
The Grim
shallow.
Reaper.
Yeah, I don't want to wake up next to the crypt keeper. Like I really don't. Like I might have a lot of emojis or a lot of avatars that have the Grim Reaper,
Shit, you.
but at least I got an excuse
But you don't
for
want to
keeping the
meet
Grim
it
Reaper
to
around.
him too early.
Yeah, like I don't want him aging too early. And the sad part about that, at least the crypt keeper actually harvests his souls. Them souls help him actually stay alive and keep him young, and he takes them to the afterlife. So therefore, what is your excuse looking like the crypt keeper?
I mean,
Because the
that's
sad
the
part about that is single fathers actually do far better. Single fathers do far better, 10 times better, 1,000 times better than single
Wow.
mothers. Like you very rarely see a single father shaking up their child. Where you'll see a single mother shaking up her child, like, oh, she's so brave. Her life must be hard. Like, let a single father do that. Oh my God, he has no business doing that. We gotta send him to jail and take away his children. You know, shit like this. Like that's the mentality that people have, literally.
I mean, I can't even imagine trying to.
Huh?
I can't even imagine. Just in my scenario, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to even yell at my kids, man.
Yeah. Like I
I'm
can yell at my
I'm
children, but when I
surprised.
yell,
I'm surprised.
but the sad part about that, if I yell at my children, I do it in the household. I don't do it in public.
I mean,
Like
You
if
know,
you're
to be
going to
honest with
discipline your
you,
children,
yeah.
discipline them in private, basically. Discipline your children in private if you're going to
yeah.
do it. Don't
I
discipline
mean,
your children in public.
Yeah.
Because then
I
at
really-
that point, now you're out in public, it's a little too late to discipline your child because that's something you should have set in place before you even got out in public.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But for me, I'm surprised nobody called the cops when I was when I was full sword fight with my nephew. You know, I was literally. I mean, I take like we collect. No, we don't collect just regular metal swords. We collect foam swords and stuff like that, like memorabilia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised nobody guys says, "Why are you doing that?" I'm like, we're hitting each other. You know. You know what I mean? We're literally doing so. I mean, it's a minor form of martial arts, but we are literally hitting each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, literally.
Well, you're surprised no one's calling the cops.
Anybody?
What do you say? He said
Why
unemployed
am I
crypt
not? Why
keeper
am I surprised?
looking for love. Unemployed crypt keeper looking for love. That's funny. He said I like that. Nice one, nice one, Elder Monk. He laughed at it when I said she looked like I don't want to wake up next to the
Oh
crypt keeper.
wow!
Then he said unemployed crypt keeper looking for love.
Crypt
But
keepers
yeah,
need love too.
but yeah, that's legit. No, sweetheart. Embarrassing them ain't teaching them. Belittling them isn't teaching them. Berating them in public and embarrassing them in public and doing all this shit to them in public is not teaching them in the least bit.
It is making the problem worse.
Yeah, and society is accepting it. Just
Yeah.
like you say, like turning a blind eye. I mean, even like it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to decide, like, well, what are you meant to do? I mean, call the cops or something. I mean, I suppose you're meant to, but
Yeah.
it's. I mean, the kids are paying the price ultimately, and as the years go by, it's only going to get worse and worse.
Yeah, true. Very true. And it's sad that it happens this way, and it's sad that it ends up being this way when it actually happens and it pans out this way for. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get any better. Only thing that's going to make it better is if the stuff, because I heard that now in a lot of the court systems, custody's starting to shift more towards the fathers now.
Yeah.
So that's the only way that society would even be better, if that is really the case that they were claiming that was going on in court systems. That what's up, Seeker? That the court system is literally shifting more towards handing custody over to fathers now. That is the only way that this society will make a turnaround. It's not going to be in this lifetime. Like I said, if it does make a change, it's probably going to be in my son Lazo's lifetime when he's an adult.
Yep.
At the earliest.
AKA, I'm never gonna see it.
Yeah, so it'll be like Gen Alpha, if that's what they call it. Gen Alpha or Gen Beta, if that's what they refer to them as. Because they're going to have to restart all over again from the beginning with the alphabet. It's pretty much going to be those generations where you're actually going to see the changes if it actually happens.
And these when the kids grow up, the women being a lot older, I wouldn't be surprised would start to try and reattack, because maybe the children will distance themselves from their mothers because of the way they've been treated. So the kids might get healthier and get independent, and then these much older mothers will see that as like a way of getting back in with the child, and then just fuck with their lives again. That, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very sad to
Now
watch that.
Now the mother.
I mean, I'm gonna be blunt. I'm gonna say a lot of people are not gonna like this. Even I don't like this.
Secret Service up to the panel, by the way.
The only way they can. It was up, hey, but it's like, for me, it's like, I don't like it any more than anybody else is gonna like it. There's gonna be a lot of old ladies rot. You know?
Yep.
Well, the crazy cat lady.
Yeah, the crazy cat lady. I love the crazy cat ladies.
All these single mothers, when these kids grow older, and they're these single parent mothers households, when they get older, a lot of these children, a lot of their offspring, are going to leave them in a nursing home to rot. I don't like it. I don't like nursing homes for what they did to my dad, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But if it comes to my mental and emotional health and them, guess what? If I was raised by a single mother, I'd throw her right to the nursing home. Let them deal with her. Especially, because these kids are probably gonna have, like, literally some sort of resentment. You know, these kids are gonna have some resentment. And it's like, well, it'd just be their own way. You know, I don't like it.
Yeah.
And
hopefully a lot of these kids will want to start, if they've been separated from their dad. At that point, hopefully they'll go and like in search.
Right. Many of them will search them out, but some of them are not going to have that because for many of them, their fathers are probably going to have blown their brains out, took a flying leap off a bridge, or goddamn decided to get themselves a reverse necktie.
Yeah.
And decided to grow as a strange fruit hanging from a vine, aka the rafters. A lot of these men are probably going to be in jail still into their adult years, well into their adult years. And it sucks. As much as I hate to say it, it's the reality of the thing. It's the reality we live in.
Go ahead, Billy.
And to be honest with you, single mothers have done it to themselves.
Quite literally.
And I'm not going to be there to help them out. My hope that if there's something takes, like, I don't have to deal with that. I smoke cigarettes to shorten my lifespan. I know it's shortening my lifespan. Do you think I want? I mean, what's the point in living a healthy life if I know what's about to happen?
Mm.
I mean, do I ever do you understand my reasoning for doing what I do?
Yeah. But,
Why should
go
I
ahead.
live a health? All right.
Go ahead, Billy.
Sorry about that.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
I thought you wanted to say something.
Yeah.
I was listening.
America's fuck yeah.
But
Even out.
yeah, but
What's up, gentlemen?
yeah. What?
So,
Oh, sorry about that. What I was saying is, like, I don't see the point in living a long, healthy life if I know exactly what what to look forward to. I'm gonna get old. I'm gonna become frail. My body is gonna fail, and I'm gonna need help. I don't want to live that long.
Yeah, you can never sacrifice your principles.
yeah, never sacrifice your principles for anything. Always keep your standards and always keep your principles and always keep your morals about you. The minute you start sacrificing any of those things, that's the minute you start. That's the minute you start disrespecting yourself and who you are as a human being for all intents and purposes.
Right. And it's like, if my mom and dad were still alive and they were still in health, they were getting old, because they both were there for me, I would never put them in a nursing home. That's the result of having good parents, good responsible parents.
Yeah.
I never understood that. I don't know how we transitioned as a society into where we pass our parents over to strangers to take care of them.
It's all about it. It actually came into play basically as a society of ease or a society of convenience for all intents and purposes. Instead of taking care of your parents, despite the fact that they raised you, bathed you, made you the human being you are today, it's you stick them in a nursing home.
Right. And
because you don't want to be inconvenienced by your parents. And usually, sadly, the hard truth about that, about 90-something% of the people who are stuck in nursing homes are stuck in nursing homes by female parents. I mean, female relatives.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like,
so it's the women in the family that don't want to be inconvenienced by this. Hell, a woman would stick her own mom in a nursing home, despite the fact that she picks her mom over your mom. She'll stick her own mom in a nursing home. She'll stick her dad in a nursing home.
Right. My grandmother, my grandfather all lived in the same house with me, my mom and dad, and my sister. We learned a whole lot. We learned generations. We learned things. We learned things. Let me say it. We learned things that helped us from 100 years ago. That helped us during this clowndemic. We learned things from over 100 years ago from our grandmothers and our grandfather that helped us during this clowndemic. Think about that.
Absolutely.
Like we were told, always keep 6 months of toilet paper. Always keep 5-6 months ahead on your payments. Always keep 6 months of canned goods in your pantry. I forgot. I mean, I'm trying to relearn how to can my own food, but I know how to grow. But I do still remember how to grow a garden, how to grow a garden of food, of produce. Of tomatoes, greens, kale, collards, and freaking cucumbers and watermelons cantaloupe and stuff. I still remember how to make a functioning garden.
Yeah, that's called
But
self-sufficiency.
right, and it's like I learned that from my mom. I learned that from my grandmother. I learned that from my grandfather and my dad. You know, like I said, when I go get my house, when I go to get a house, the first thing I'm gonna get is a lawnmower and a tiller.
Absolutely.
You know, that's the first thing I'm buying is a lawnmower and a tiller.
I have garden tools on my ranch. I got a 2-acre ranch. I got a bunch of garden tools.
Are any of them a hoe?
I got 2 or 3 different kinds of hoes.
She's a hoe.
Put that hoe to work.
She's a hoe. Let me stop. No.
Yeah, I got mulch. I got hose. I got tillers. I got all kinds of things.
I got hose a hoe for me.
Right. But it's like I learned, like I said, I learned this stuff as a kid, growing up as a kid. I learned how to cook from my grandmother and hell, even my dad. My dad was taught by my grandmother. My grandmother, hell, my grandmother even taught my mom. You know, because you know what I mean.
Yep, sounds good.
We're gonna shift the conversation from single parents to women that are single in this day and age. Just women that are single, not single parents alone. Women that complain about being single and can't find people. So we're done with the single mother thing. We're gonna talk about this now.
I think all they need to do is develop their feminine and domestic skills, and they should be able to get a man. That's the way I see it.
What I think they should start doing is stop crying at the fucking bar and jack a goddamn margarita night.
Right.
They say, "Oh, the good man," but when a fucking man walks up and tries to be something, you fucking shoot him down in the most harsh, asinine fucking way.
Oh, fuck them hoes.
And then you're back to the fucking beginning of the night saying, "I don't need no man." Bitch,
fuck them hoes.
you gonna be one lonely cat lady.
Yeah.
Damn
well,
right.
one of the problems is that these smartphones and social media has been perpetuating it, so they need to get the fuck off that kind of shit. You know, like
Mr. Format. Well, we're going to Mr. Format in the chat, but yeah, it's typically stuff like that.
Format.
No, sweetheart, you want in this chat? Because I know you got a lot to say.
Automatic hoes, baby.
But they've got no incentive to want to give it up. So, you know, it's like adaptive behavior. It's like
I got 3 hoes in the same area code.
Oh, good Lord, this guy. All we need is absolute knowledge, and this last stream would be funny. Yeah, hoes in different area codes. But yeah, It's one of those. Well, and the sad part about that, in all seriousness, though, it's like one of those things where I was talking about in the middle of this podcast, where I said, if women actually acted like ladies in the streets and freaks in the sheets and not showed off their goods to the streets, they would be in better positions. If women stopped complaining like they did in public, they would be in better positions to find men. If women understood the concept of how to get a man, or understand the concept, if you're going to be the breadwinner or you're going to get all this money, you got to take on all the things that come with it for all intents and purposes. So you can't be out here talking about that you're an independent woman, but you're not willing to take on a man that's, willing to date you because he makes less money than you. You're going to have to date somebody that makes anywhere between, like I was saying, $45,000 to $100,000 a year. If you want to find somebody that's going to love you for the rest of your life, if you're a woman like that, you're going to have to take up the initial traditional roles that men took up if you're going to be making all this money nowadays for all intents and purposes. And yeah, I swear to God, if you're at work, I'm going to kick your teeth in, but I'm going to let you in. So you better run.
I just wanted to say, like, I just wanted to say, well, let me say something so I can get the fuck out of here, dude. I just wanted to say, like, you know how you were saying, like, guys who say, like, the pump and dump, just keep it to yourself. It makes us all look bad. Same with women. Like, if women are going to go after the low-value guys at the bar, if they're going to go after the guys that gonna beat them up and stuff, they got to be able to hide it. Like, you know, she got to wear a long sleeve shirt so she cover up them bruises, or she got to wear some sort of. She got to be able to.
True story.
She's got to have mints.
Wow,
She got to have mints on her at all times.
Yeah, true.
Wow,
she's got to have. She's got to have something to cover up that reality, because, like I said, yeah, it's kind of like PR. Just women have to have better PR. But yeah, that's it. I'm out. Later.
Oh God, this simpleton. Go ahead, no sweetheart. I know you got a lot to say on it. I know you got a lot to say on this, sweet no sweetheart, because I barely get you in the stream half the time.
Man, I can't believe my fucking phone actually worked right, but
well, they okay phones through our StreamYard not too long ago.
Yeah,
like a month and a half ago, they okay phones.
Thank you. But we were saying about these what were we saying again?
Wow.
To get in?
But
women being single and their prospects being very low or dwindling.
Single women.
I didn't hear your games. What?
The prospects of women and being single and stuff along the lines of being single and not being able to find the right man. You can if you want to, you could touch on the single mother thing too, since you missed that one.
I'm talking about all of it, bro. They
go ahead, handle that.
They want to be single, bro, because being single is the easiest thing for them right now. Like you're going to see a rise in female homosexuality coming up. Yep. You're going to see a lot of lesbians coming up, man. They're going to start having extravagant weddings with each other because they're not going to be single for long. They're going to just start stealing from one another because they all getting jobs and getting money now. So they're going to not be able to steal from men because they're going to have to start paying men. Real talk. The gigolo game about to come up. Real talk, guys. So get your body together.
Well, no, because I don't think the whole entire thing with the lesbian thing is going to go up because the lesbian population is actually going down. And the bisexual population is going up, and women jumping from being lesbian, being lesbian. You're jumping from being lesbian to either being straight or being bisexual now.
Or they even
the bisexual aspect come into it because they can't get nothing from each other, and that's the reason why they hate being single. So they can't get nothing from the men, and they can't get nothing from the girls. So these women are just lost.
Mm-hmm. But the gay market, but the sad part about that, I was talking about the statistics for the gay market are actually going up. Like gay market is actually going up. Like the gay population is actually going up. The lesbian population is going down, and the bisexual population is actually on a trend.
But you know what? With that Andrew Gollum coming out being bisexual and everything, and his black wife accepting it, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be an ugly world once we start having bisexual relationships because bisexual men, I think, tend to lean more gay.
Let me bring this to you. Yeah, let me bring this to you. Grab the popcorn and watch. That's all you need to do is grab the popcorn and watch. Right. You know.
Go Americus or Billy the Goat, whoever wants to go next.
I'll go next on it.
Well, no, no, sweetheart, were you done with that, or you still have more to say?
I'm done with it because this is good. I'm just happy to be on the daggone podcast.
Well, Americus or Billy the Goat.
It's sodomites. This place is a kingdom of sodomites, and it's finished. It's over with. It's done. You cannot build a civilization by taking man out of the family structure. You just can't. It can't be done.
Go ahead, Billy the Goat.
Yeah, I mean, everything that was suggested, like they should do this or they need to do that. I mean, from their point of view, it's kind of like, but I don't wanna. I just want
pretty much.
Be easy, man. You might be saying the truth, and it might be what I should be doing, but I don't want to have to do that.
Yeah. And that's the cold hard truth. It's funny how all these women bought the book from Steve Harvey, Think Like a Man, Act Like a Lady, or Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. I mean, I don't like Steve Harvey as in general, but he did give women a nice playbook for men, but they're not listening to it, nor did they read it, or either that or they didn't comprehend it. Because if you actually read that book, it literally says what a man wants in a woman. But apparently all the women who bought that book didn't really pay attention to the book or didn't really comprehend the book or, just used the book as probably to even out their nightstand because it was wobbly. But
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like that book literally lets you know what men are looking for and how to be an actual lady to a man.
I believe that requires too much for the modern day woman. I
True
think
story.
it's much easier for her to get on the internet and keep repackaging. Look, these girls. Look, I got my little sister writing another resume for me right now, because women are good at repackaging themselves, and they can get on the internet and repackage over and over, and it's a whole lot easier for them to reach after a marriage and kids and losing themselves to a marriage and kids. So they are opting for the streets because it's an easier turnover. It's a quicker deal.
Yeah. And that's typically why a lot of women end up single. Because, like I was saying, 95% of women try to date men who just want to smash. It's typically how it works. There's 95% of women date men that only want to smash, and they try to turn it into a whole entire relationship for no fucking reason whatsoever.
Yep.
So if you're gonna date these many men that just want to smash, you can't be mad at the men for just wanting to smash. You can't be mad at the male population all because that's all he wanted to do. Now you actually have a child. Now you're upset, or now you're single. You don't have a child, and you don't have the relationship that you want because you dated a man that just want to smash.
Well,
you can't be mad at us. Yeah, go ahead.
She gets tired of what I think is they get tired of reinventing themselves. They get tired, like eventually you're gonna get tired of applying for jobs and just say, fuck it, I'm unemployed and be out here in these streets.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And I think that's what they do. They get tired of and then once they realize, oh shit, well, I got some bad work history, then they're like, oh snap. They just try to pick up whatever job they can. It's like I can apply that to a guy if they have like a felony or something like that. Like he can apply, but he always has that baggage with him, right? So then that's how these brides are. They got felonies on. They got felonies that they. But the thing about them, a guy knows he has a felony. These brides don't think they have felonies.
Yeah,
they got felonies to the game, but they don't want to count it. They don't want to charge the game, and they got felonies to the game.
Mm-hmm. True.
And plus, they're in rebellion against male authority.
True. There's always that too. Yeah. And the sad part about that is you can't. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Americus.
They don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to be in the same living space, and then you're telling them, like, let's say you're correcting or rebuking them, telling them what they need to do. They don't want to deal with that aspect.
Oh no, they definitely don't. They don't know how to be equals, or they don't know how to listen when they need to listen. They typically opt out of listening to a man. Then they get mad at the man for not saving them from getting fucked up. Because I remember the one time I was talking to this one chick. Matter of fact, this was the same chick I was telling y'all about when I wrote. I actually did a story, a video about when we were at the bar with my friend Rue, Black, and Los when they were still all alive. And this heifer walked over to the bathroom and then got mad because the guys were whistling. I mean, she wasn't even in the bathroom. She walked all the way to the other side of the bar, the club, and she got whistled at or hollered at by a bunch of men. And she came back over here, was mad because they whistled and hollered at her, and she wanted me to go over there and beat them all up. I said, no, you shouldn't have went over in the first place. But no, you shouldn't have went over in the first place. Don't say nothing, bitch. Where's the bathroom at? The bathroom's over there. Why the fuck were you over there? That's totally opposite direction from the bathroom in the bar. Why are you over there? Therefore, you deserve that. Therefore, you have to suck it up now. And she just sat there and pouted. I was like, okay, whatever. But the sad part about that, I remember when something happened where I was trying to warn her that a car was coming. And it was her car, right? She goes, shut up, I know. She opened her car door, and the car took off her door and damn near took off her foot. I was cracking up in the passenger seat. I was dying. A nigga fell out of his seat like he was passing out onto the bottom of the floor, onto the rug, and was literally all balled up on the floor, cracking up laughing so hard at this woman because she just lost her door to a car. And I said, she goes, you going to find this funny? You damn right I'm going to find this funny. I gave you fair warning. You should have listened. I'm like, I don't even want to hear it. This shit is funny. And I got out the car laughing. And I went over to the other side, and I literally fell down on the ground on the other side of the car, laughing at the door being pushed forward to the bumper of the car, to the hood of the car, basically. I'm sitting there busting out laughing so damn hard. This is not funny, Tico. This ain't funny, Tico. Yes, it is. It's very funny to me. You ain't right. How you just gonna laugh at me? You gotta help me. No, I ain't gotta help you. I'm gonna help myself to these 7 damn chuckles, bitch. That's literally what I said to her. And I just busted out laughing. And it's like, if you're not gonna listen, you can't expect me to help you. Or if you're gonna treat me as such, you can't expect me to want to treat you as such for all intents and purposes.
Absolutely.
In hindsight, I was kind of wrong, but it was funny though. I will admit that, but it was funny as fuck.
Well, you just become cold-hearted after a while because
oh yeah, definitely.
You see how much trouble they cause and how irresponsible they are, and the carnage that they create or establish through their behavior and activities over a period of time. That you just don't feel anything for them anymore in terms of, I guess I don't know if the right word is empathy, but you don't feel sorry for them anymore.
You definitely don't. And Mr. Farmer, hopefully you get better.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out to Farmer.
Wow.
I hope you get better, Mr. Farmer, because Mr. Farmer, I hope you get better. I don't know what happened to you, but I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it was your Indian friend. Stop messing with them Indian women, I'm telling you.
And what I wanted to say was about the single woman. My grandmother taught us a lot of things, like basically the thing that is like she said, find you a good man now so that you can enjoy each other's company later on.
That's a good one.
Wow.
And yes, Seeker, I am exactly like that announcer from Mortal Kombat. Flawless victory. Ha 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 ha. That's me. That's definitely me.
But it's like this is something from the older generation. Find you a good significant other now, man or woman, so that you can be happy with each other and enjoy life later on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's like,
well, that's delayed gratification, and these people don't want that. They want instant gratification. They want it now.
And that's where the cutoff is. That's where the generational cutoff is. They wanted instant gratification. They got their instant gratification. Now they're miserable. Now many of them are probably hungry as hell right now during this clown world night, during the clown vid-19. They're probably starving. Am I wrong? They're starving. They're hungry. They're malnourished. They want food. Not only in their stomachs. Now they want food for their souls. But guess what? They're gonna starve. Both mentally, physically, emotionally, all in a mental aspect, in an emotional aspect, in a physical aspect, and just all around, they're just gonna be hungry.
And spiritually,
because now not a lot of people want to help them. Women outnumber men.
Right.
Women outnumber men. If men do not want to take them on, guess who's SOL? And I'm going to say this again. Women outnumber men. And with the amount of trash women that are out there turning men gay, guess what, ladies? Your hopes and dreams are pretty much on life support right now with the ones that are still in the game. The ones that haven't either gone gay or MGTOW.
That's why I'm waiting for these hoes to break out the cardboard
signs. The ones that haven't gone
signs.
gay or MGTOW.
Right.
Pretty much. And guess what? The cardboard signs don't mean shit to me. I can keep on driving. Yeah, so well, you can see. I'll stop at a 5-minute red light and stare at the cardboard sign and read it and not give a fuck. You know, I will literally stop at a red light, stare at the cardboard sign, and not give two flying fucks. Call me heartless, call me an asshole. But guess what? I wouldn't have been an asshole if you wouldn't have played. If I wouldn't have got them stupid ass games played with me, you know. I wouldn't have been an asshole if at one day I went to go to Subway, and then this chick got an attitude, and wasn't nobody talking to her.
Yeah.
Like men nowadays aren't pissing around. Men aren't pissing around today, especially the older some of the older generations.
Yep.
You know,
we don't play.
They're not. I mean, they're not going to raise their hand at you, but they will. They've learned other ways to fuck your day up. You know, they don't have to raise their hand.
They got shitty attitudes. They're terrible at customer service. They don't solve problems. Right. Yeah.
It caused nothing but problems.
It's horrible.
And yeah, I went to Subway. I was talking to this gentleman, and this chick got an attitude. Like, oh, I just when I heard him say like, you gonna have me cussing you out, I was like, oh shit, here we go. That's my reaction. That was my reaction. Was, oh shit, here we go.
Yep.
Because any other reaction would have been wrong. But these women are going to find out that with their behaviors, their actions, and over there, their behaviors and their actions are going to screw them over. I mean, they might be finding out right now.
It's going to lead to the streets. It's going to lead to the streets.
Right. I'll leave them to the streets. I'm not going to take. They're not coming to my truck. They stay the hell out of my truck for a reason. Unless they got a rider policy. Not a lot of people know how to fill out a rider policy. You know? Not a lot of people are willing to pay that rider policy. You know?
Yeah. It's that hidden motherfucker up in your ass.
Shit, I locked the door. You gotta get in there. Yep.
Stay MGTOW.
Pretty much. Instant gratification versus. Actually, I got another topic. Instant gratification versus delayed gratification.
It's always better to put your time in and enjoy it at the end when it's all done.
Right?
Yep, that's the way to do it. It's like the difference between
Mr. Foreman, you're starting to sound like an abuse victim there. You don't have to lie and say she didn't hurt you. If she hurt you, it's okay. We can still help you. We got shelters for this now. You don't have to live in fear anymore, Mr. Foreman.
Did it to himself.
Wow. Wow.
Point to the doll where she hurt you at, Mr. Forma. He probably said her like, fuck you, Tico.
I'm telling you, he did it to himself, man. Too much jerking the gherkin.
I had to go pick on him. What do you say, Dad?
He said he fired more women than men, so he's definitely on the right track with that.
Hey man, guys, I'm gonna get going. I've got some shit to do.
Right.
So I'll catch you guys.
All right, brother. Have a great day.
See you, Billy.
All right.
I don't know how to feel about that.
But for me, it's like I haven't been stopped on the street and asked why I don't have a girlfriend, but I have been stopped. You know, well, I mean, I haven't been stopped by friends. I'm up here arguing with the people in my head.
Yeah, I don't get too much of that either. I don't have people telling me that. Maybe it happened once. I was swimming laps in a pool, and some lady said she knew somebody. You know, if I wanted to meet her or something, I was like, no, not really.
I'm sorry, I'm swimming.
Yeah, I was getting my exercise in.
I don't have
Hey,
time
you ready
for that.
you ready for Friday Night Blaze? You've been MIA for a couple days here.
Who, me?
That's because I got a 9 to 5, bro.
I know, I'm just messing with you. You ready for Friday Night Blaze tomorrow or no?
What are you talking about? Of course I am.
Just making sure. I didn't know if your 9 to 5 affected
No,
it.
that's a regular thing, man.
Okay. Same time as last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Friday Night Blaze.
Probably have to exert some control
about?
this time around, though, man.
What'd you say?
I said I probably have to exert a little control this time around, though.
You can. Go ahead.
I got talked way the fuck over on that one.
Yeah, you did.
I got all fucking mad.
Yeah, you did.
I'm pulling rank. It's my fucking show. I'm asking fucking questions. Now everybody shut up.
It is your show.
That was like after an hour or so. I was like, okay, I gotta say something, man. My name's on this shit.
Right. Even though you're the one that got me all the damn warnings in an email, yeah.
Right.
It's like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like,
pretty much.
What happened there? Like, it's like, I think you got me like 2. I'm like, okay, I can live with that.
From who?
Somebody apparently complained about a song at one point that you played, and somebody.
Yeah.
And somebody complained about something else, but I got myself the other strike. I mean, the other warning too for the when I played the video a second time. That one video from the movie, they gave me one on that one too. But I got another one from apparently something that you said that somebody cut that somebody wasn't okay with, and I basically fought it and I got it taken off my damn record.
Oh, I'd like to know what that was.
I don't even know what it was. They basically just told me that, somebody was offended by something or some type of hate speech or some shit like that. I was like,
fuck.
The hell? I was like, the hell?
Putting in that fucking complaint is hate speech.
Yeah, I know. Literally. Like, we're all black on this show. I hate to break it to you, but I basically use we're all multicultural on this show. So the person who complained about it probably is racist. I ain't really say it like that, but I'm just saying. I basically put it in the way for we're all because everybody was multicultural on the show.
Like,
it was
kind of hard to call in there for. Get him out of here,
right?
Why is there a white guy talking?
Yeah,
but that's why SBM.
Right?
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Too funny.
Right.
Yeah, once these guys get to talking shit, you just can't stop them.
Right? Especially Hidden over there. Hidden be talking mad shit. Hidden be talking mad shit.
Right.
Like, okay, I think we went too far. Like, I think we went too far by Tico trend standards, and that's far.
Yeah, I know what I know about going too far by Chico trend standards.
I don't know if it's too far, man. I saw 100 fucking views in one day on that.
Yeah, I know. That's because a lot of people liked it because we went that damn far.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I've ever seen one get so fucking many hits so fast.
Yeah, it was actually pretty nice. It was actually pretty nice pace because it was one of those things that it happened so long. It's like even if you stepped away, you came back and listened to all the crazy shit we were saying, and people were still laughing from jokes that we said like an hour ago. People in the comment section still cracking up from those jokes, like, "Oh my god, they crazy! He said this, that, the other." I'm like, "Nigga, that's an hour ago." You still on that joke?
You must have paused.
Right? Like, nigga, that's an hour ago. Where the hell you at? Like,
he an hour behind schedule.
Right? He probably was like me, see something laugh so damn hard, can't breathe, can't catch your composure, and gotta wait till I catch my composure to actually respond to that. Because there's been times when I've actually laughed at something, and I've seen it, and I had to pause the video and laugh because I was laughing so hysterically I could not breathe, and I was on the floor just rolling, and people were looking at me like, "What the hell's going on over there?" Like, Tico, you still there? Nope.
I broke my gut.
It's like, yeah, I'll be laughing so damn hard. The sad part about that, I'll laugh so damn hard that I'll lose my breath, and I'll be laughing so hard, there's no sound coming out of me how hard I'll be laughing. Like, all the air out of my body's gone, and I'm laughing so damn hard. And so, like, literally when I say I was too busy laughing, too busy trying to catch my breath from what? Laughing so hard. Literally, I'm literally trying to catch my breath because I'm laughing so hard, there's no sound literally coming out of my mouth. So there's a moment where I'm just like, and I go back to laughing again, basically.
Maybe we push a little bit harder. Maybe I can get you to shit your pants.
Right? Or crack my teeth.
Like, we at the Tico Trend channel have to take a minute. I'll be back.
Tico has to go to his orthodontist to get some new teeth because he done cracked them. He's not a lover or a fighter, but don't crack your teeth. Goodness gracious! I know Mr. Foreman. I know Mr. Foreman want to go in on me since I was picking on him in the comment section. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
No, like I couldn't stop laughing. That was hilarious. That was fucking hilarious, dude.
Where'd she touch you at, Mr. Foreman? Show us on the dollar.
Yo, man, you made me. I was in the middle. I was eating some of that hospital applesauce. I spit that shit on the fucking floor. You fucking had me dying.
Why you at the hospital, Mr. Foreman?
I'm all set. Are you real?
I'm all set now. I'm home now. I'm in front of my house now. I'm all set. But what happened was, I just kind of dislocated my shoulder or something. I pinched a nerve in it, and it, like, you know, I'm kind of like John McCain in it. Like, I couldn't lift my arms all the way up. Like, I couldn't lift my arm all the way up.
I told you stop having that wild Indian chandelier sex. Told you it gets crazy. You didn't want to listen to my black ass, but I told you it gets crazy.
I want to do the Tarzan, but I
can't. Sometimes you can't do the Tarzan like that.
He did tell you.
Sometimes you can't do the Tarzan like that. That wild Indian chandelier sex that you're having is not for the faint of heart. You're getting too old for this. I'm getting too old for that. So I know your ass can't do that shit no more. Because my black ass can't do that shit no more.
Hey, too far, go right into the wall.
Hey, look. I will vouch him. He probably did warn you. You know, you should listen to him.
Yeah,
right.
But you know,
I did warn him. I warned him all the way back in that stream where we had like 90 people in it. And they were picking on me at the end of the stream, talking about Tico Trent's the type of person that will leave you in the bathroom. I wouldn't even tell him I was drunk because he leave me in the bathroom drunk. That stream. That's why I warned him all the way back in that stream. It's about Indian.
You know what though, Tico? You know what though, Tico? I think I can do it. You know what I mean? I'm 43. I can still do it because you know
see.
No, I'm gonna tell you, man. I got women that can
curry. I'm stopping.
Yo, I got a woman that could vouch, man. Kiki from the Asian massage parlor. She always has a hard time finishing me up because she says, "Oh, you too strong. You strong. Are you married?" I said, "No, I'm not married." She said, "Oh, good thing your wife go crazy." So I think I'm strong enough to be able to
I haven't done that before.
Do it.
It takes too long. Very hard.
Yeah, she said, "You take too long. You take long." I said, "Well, here's another $20. Fucking put some baby oil on it."
I've been told that. I've been told that before too.
This went south very quickly.
I'm kind of not sure if I believe it.
Put some baby oil on it.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Hurry it up, Kiki. Hurry it up.
Kiki, wow.
Smart man here.
Kiki,
do you love me?
Do you want me?
Are you finally?
My nipple.
That's what he
wow.
$20. $20 make you hard.
Oh, but no, seriously though. Seriously though, like My arm fucking hurts like a motherfucker, man. I was supposed to climb up on the ladder on the side of my house to replace my dryer vent, and I can't even fucking do that shit. If I get up there now, fuck around and fall, man, I'll be fucked up for real. So I gotta wait.
For real.
3 points of contact.
Yeah, man.
And
you know, it's like
is it the right? Halo, is it the right arm or the left arm?
it's the left arm on the outside of the shoulder part, not the inside, not under the underarm, but on the outside.
Arm or the left?
It's the left arm.
Okay, you're good. Are you right-handed or
It's the left arm.
He's right-handed. He's right-handed.
I'm right. I'm right-handed. I'm right-handed, so I'm lucky. So I'm right-handed. I'm good.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
And you went too long.
He's right-handed. He just said that,
Right-handed.
McDonald. Where the hell you at?
Okay,
You
you're
delayed
good.
and shit?
You're good.
Yeah, I think
I'm right. I'm right-handed.
I could be wrong, but I think I'm the only left-handed person in this stream.
Well, you know what? You know what though, Tico? I broke my hand, my right hand, back in 1998, and I had to learn. I had to learn how to use my left and my right functionally.
I'll say
So
he's good. You're good. You know.
So
Yeah,
worst come to
you're
worst,
good.
I
So
can do what I can do with my left, the same with my right, pretty much. For all intents and purposes.
Whatever. Y'all are gonna be all intents and purposes. Listen to you.
I always wanted to say that for all intents and purposes.
Fucking with me. Always fucking with me. Always fucking with y'all guys. There are some sick individuals. I can't believe I hang with you guys.
You know.
Oh, goodness.
Oh
gracious.
man. But yeah, I wasn't gonna come into the street, but like that was too much. You fucking got me. That was so hilarious. That was hilarious.
It was there. It was
there. My
to.
goodness gracious.
That was hilarious. And the crazy thing about it is that I'm talking to you. Like as you're saying it, I'm talking to you and responding to you, and I'm like, hold on a minute, he can't hear me because you're not in the stream. I'm sitting there like,
he's like this nigga.
I'm like,
this
I'm
nigga
like,
got
shut
jokes
up,
tonight.
Tico.
I'm hurt.
I'm
hurt, and this nigga got jokes.
Yep.
You got me plugging in my laptop.
I got offended. I should press the hate speech button on your stream.
Oh,
right.
Hate speech, like how they did like how they did Hidden MGTOW. They got him on hate speech. That's fucked up. He didn't even do nothing. He didn't even do nothing. He didn't even say nothing. Leave him alone.
Yeah, they got him on hate
Oh
speech.
yeah, Hidden MGTOW. Hidden. The next time you do a stream, what you got to do is you got to mute you got to tell everybody, hey, look it. We're gonna talk one at a time. After you're done talking, say go or something like that to the effect. If they don't listen, mute them so that way you can get your point across and say what you gotta say, because it gets fucking like pandemonium in the stream sometimes. You know, especially when you're trying to.
Of that was on Tico's thing, so I can't do anything about it.
Oh yeah,
trust me. I try to tell people not. I try to like slow people down so other people can talk. So I've been doing a lot more of that lately. Like, hang on, let this person talk, or hang on, this person hasn't already in the screen, let them talk, or this person's a little too fast for me, let them talk.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with a a universal signal so that we all know what's up. Like when we're in streams or whatever, to let the other person talk. Like,
usually I
then we gotta come up with something.
Usually I assign most people in order, like I did with Americus and Billy the Goat. I said Americus you first and Billy the Goat second, basically. Then you go after them MGTOW to win, because MGTOW to win was trying to run away with the stream and shit.
Oh, what's up, Americus? What's up? What's up, Americus? Man, I see you, man. What's up, Americus?
Yeah, I do sometimes run away with the stream. Not on purpose. So.
I know you're fine. You're fine.
No. We got to tell the truth here. It's because of you, MGTOW to win. Is why we got to come up with the system.
Once. It's just too many people at once.
No, sir. It's too many people at one time. You're right. You
get like.
But we do got to come up with some sort of a system. Because we miss a lot of good points because everybody has something substantial to say and we miss it because we're talking over each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I tend to catch it, but I tend to tell the person to repeat themselves so they can actually say it. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's like, oh fuck, y'all done fucked up a good point.
Well, you got to remember. You got to remember too. Like, you know, you got to remember too. You got some people who are like my age who, you know, smoke weed for like 30 fucking years, and when you say something, you forget it if you have to repeat it. You know what I'm saying? And then you got, you know what I mean? So it's kind of hard for people to remember what they said. So that's why they'll say something and they'll forget. You know, I don't smoke weed anymore.
They forget about it, and I was like, oh, come on, that was a good point.
Yeah, it'll be good. But you know, forget about it is
the guy at work. He goes, you sounded like you were drunk when you were saying that. I was like, no, I just not stoned yet.
I'm just not stoned yet. I like that. Just not stoned yet. How about them apples? So it's like one of those things where I tend to slow people down. I'll slow people down just so somebody else can talk, and I'll say somebody else's name so they can go. Because I know that the person that's talking is going to remember their point any damn way. So it's one of those things where it's like the people that want to talk is probably not going to remember their point. So I tend to get them, especially if they don't talk especially if they were like the least to talk in the stream.
I'll get a shorter.
Yeah, we got to have a better system.
And then when I ring it, like,
but yeah, I just wanted to.
I'm about to start running. I'm about to start running into like debates. Everybody got 2 minutes 30 seconds. Go.
See how many people we can stick in this room, and then everybody talk at once.
No, like you got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes 30 seconds,
like
and it goes to the next person
to find out what people said.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm gonna just start shifting people's avatars around. That way, they know who's going first, who's going second, who's going third. Like I'm sitting here now. Like if Hidden was going, I would just do this. And he would go, and leave it there until they're done, and then move it into the next person, basically, or whoever's on the topic gets first dibs, basically. Then if MGTOW and the Win got something to say, I would shift them over there.
They leave it like this for an hour. No, go back to the way it was.
Leave it like this for an hour so I can feel special. So usually the person in the front, the first seat, is usually the person who's leading the stream.
All right, check it out. We're digressing. What the fuck is this title? Western Women's Shortcomings. What were we talking about?
We were talking about women and their shortcomings in the dating market, basically, and how they complain about it. Oh, we even touched on Elliott Rogers, and I said, if you actually take Elliott Rogers' video where he's walked around his car and talked about he drives a nice car, he got this is how much his suit costs, this is how much his glasses cost. If you take that and put it side by side with the Tommy Lauren video, it's the exact same behavior.
Yeah. Yeah. Back in the 90s, we used to call those
it'd be funny.
Sucker bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be funny. Sorry about that. Yeah, it'd be funny if some of these people that we mentioned were actually listening to this stream.
Would I care? No. I actually did a whole entire stream on Pokemon. Do you think I care? No. And nor did it get a strike, or nor is it taken down, because I said I don't care. My sponsors are me, Cartel, and the Albanian Mafia. I dare you to call one of them and say something about my sponsors.
Sponsored by these nuts.
No.
Right? These nuts, right?
They need to do the homie hookup for Tommy Lauren and Elliott Rogers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the funny thing is, like, I was trying to get what's his name? I was trying to get Americus in the stream, and I wanted to hear him say "D's nuts" so I could record it and make it a part of my intro. D's nuts.
Why don't you just have them email you an audio?
Wow.
I could have them do that, but it'd be funny from the stream.
Oh, wow.
Because a lot of our best intros are actually from streams.
Wow.
Or from videos that I actually did.
Oh shit! Yeah, I gotta fucking fix that intro.
These nuts.
So putting that in the next intro. I'm gonna have me drinking at the bar. I'm gonna have the feminist screaming. Then it's gonna clip to these nuts, and it's gonna go back to the feminist screaming again.
Yeah. I want all you guys to put that in your video. Put these nuts in your video.
I'll see your video. And in her mouth. These nuts.
Put it in your mouth.
Right? Too funny. Too so funny. Who fell out? Foreman fell out. No, Mr. Foreman didn't fell out. Wynn fell out. What's up, Absolute McTow?
What's up, bro? So you wanted to pick a topic. You wanted to ask a question, and go around to the stream participants. Like you wanted to ask a question and have each participant give like a 2 minute. Like it's like a presidential debate, right? It's like everybody has 2 minutes or something. Like,
well, basically, it's supposed to be we need somebody to burn. We need to
burn weed or to burn
trade
to
fours
burn
on somebody.
to burn their profile. What are you talking about? To burn?
Well, basically anybody that's perpetrating.
In a MGTOW community, basically, yeah.
Looking for call-outs.
Yeah, call-outs, basically, and we even roast each other on the show too. So it's like
that's
funny.
what we've been doing because
because he ran out of people to roast. So we'll roast each other on the show, which is actually pretty funny. So you definitely got to have a good sense of humor to be on the show because you're going to have to take some punches on that show.
No doubt.
Right.
No doubt.
Yeah, so you got to definitely be able to roll with the punches on that show because it's like you're going to take it, and if you don't like it, we're going to pick on you even harder. Like we did. Who do you pick on? We picked on MGTOW to win because he's like, y'all ain't gonna be fucking with me. Too bad.
Right.
Too late.
I gotta go do a delivery.
Right? Oh shit. Oh my goodness gracious.
Anything about him, every time he starts talking, he's saying, okay, I'm going to say the most important thing, and then it starts cutting out as soon as he starts talking.
I know, right? As audio cuts out or the wind comes in and shit, like that's like,
all
okay.
good until he starts saying what he wants to say, and then all the from there.
Then when he starts cussing, then it all comes back clear. It's like, oh, okay, there it goes. Audio clear now.
Right.
I think that's because it's too loud.
Probably.
When you
Like you want to hear what he said. Did he say cut? Did he say cut bag ball liquor?
I see Baron Yam is talking about does somebody like CDs, and I have to admit that I actually still have a collection of CDs.
Frizzle drips. What the fuck is frizzle? Nigga, what?
Oh man.
Huh?
Frazzle drip.
Frazzle drip. Okay, frazzle drip. What the fuck is frazzle drip?
Frazzle.
Terrible.
It's the Hillary Clinton adrenochrome video.
Oh, okay, frazzle drip. Got it.
Who got set up?
Frazzle drip is probably the blood. That's the frazzle drip.
Somebody set him up. Somebody set him up and asked him, "Do you like CDs?"
Someone set who up?
I don't know who they set up, but apparently somebody got set up.
Set up for what?
What you say? What the hell is Shinobi one talking about? No chicken, no taki. What the fuck?
He's talking about the signal from the dude.
Oh, gotcha.
It just makes for a better video. Chicken on
just
your
need
head.
some kind of audio signal to say stop talking.
Yeah.
Without being like, shut the fuck up, man. Fuck.
Normally I nip people on a button and just shift it off to the next person, basically. So the next person can actually talk is normally what I've been starting to do more often. So I can actually turn that up a little bit if I have to. Or I can mute their mic. Mute their mic.
And then
muting their mic will probably be a dick move, but I probably should warn them first before I do it.
We're about to go on timeout.
CD's nuts.
Oh.
CD's nuts. CD's nuts.
CD's nuts.
We're gonna get in so much trouble for this one. Watch, this one gonna be for hate speech. He didn't talk about the female genitalia. Hate speech.
You're gonna get a Snoop Dogg copyright strike.
Right?
Vagina. That's better.
He wasn't talking about vagina. He wasn't inclusive.
We have to have 50-50 representation.
Right?
This is
And we need some women on that stream. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's only made for forum. Only women can come on forum. That's it. And when we have the next forum show, that's when you know I got a woman guest. Until then, it'll be all male until women are ready to actually join in.
They might be imposters.
Well, no, because I'm pretty good at weaning people out before they even get on the show, or looking at people and go, yeah, no, you look like you're fake.
I'm weaning you out.
Literally. Or as soon as they start talking, I go, click, bye. Yeah, you sound like a woman. But I'm really this old. Okay, you sound like a kid, bye. Ain't got time for no charges.
Chameleons out here, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Shapeshifters.
There's a lot. Because I remember when I first started doing my first channel, there would be a lot of women in the comment section posing as men. On my original channel.
I got one female coming now. She's just fucking making comments. She's not watching the video. I think it's one of Tico's friends.
What do you say as a woman can handle in a Tico show? Yeah, pretty much. I wouldn't be as nice. I wouldn't be as gracious as what's his name from Itmore? BGS from Itmore. So you literally got to be able to roll with the punches and be able to take them and not take offense to it. If you're going to be a woman in the show, so I'm not going to pretty much give you a rite of passage. You literally got to jump over the same hurdles that all the men jumped over. Basically, there's not going to be no lower standards or anything like that. If Yam could jump over this 10-foot wall, you got to jump over this 10-foot wall. If Lazlo could jump over this 10-foot wall, your ass got to go over that 10-foot wall. That's pretty much how I feel about it. So if you can't live up to the standards, you can't be in a stream. And I think the only person that's been on my show that can live up to the standards is Rose Blades. That's about it. Like, I've invited other women on there. I invited other women on there, but like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh God, you're not invited back next time. This is not happening again. Like, a person I do want to have on the show, if I ever do forum again, if they sign up, is Brutally Lauren, and what's her name's always welcome whenever she has time. Rose Blades is always welcome whenever she has time. You know who else I would like to have on the show? Just so I can harass Penny Proud. Penny Proud. Just so I can harass her on the show, just to pick with her. But other than that,
you know what I like doing? I like thinking of those old Yo Mama jokes.
Yeah.
And I just switch out Your Mama for Penny Proud. And it's fucking
you're a hot mess, Yo Mama. Yeah,
any joke, it works. They're great.
Wow.
Very true.
Just switch the Yo Mama out for Penny Proud, and it all works.
Penny Proud. Penny Proud.
I just leave her the hell alone.
I do too, but I would like to pick her brain one time.
So does every man, I'm sure.
I would like to pick her brain one time in a stream, just to pick her brain.
Oh.
Penny Proud sweat brown gravy.
I think Red Pill Elite tried to pick her brain and that backfired.
Yeah. No, the only problem is I'm not going to give her a ticket, or I'm not going to tell her where I live so she can come visit me.
Do you really think he was trying to get?
Hey, look, she like this shit. She almost.
I don't think he was either. But the fact of the matter, she showed up though.
My ass.
I know, that's classic.
Look, she almost found my ass. I had to fucking get the hell out of there.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't afford.
You remember that day, Tico?
Huh?
I said, why did Penny Proud cross the road? Because she saw.
Oh wow!
I gotta hear this.
She saw a bologna sandwich on the other side of the street. That's why.
Damn. Okay.
We're going to hell for this.
Why
this is
Penny
so funny.
Proud crossed the street?
Must have been a can of Spam on the other side of the street.
No, she was fucking chasing the chicken.
Wow. But basically what it is, like, she almost found me,
Well, that's fucked up. Shinobi one's wrong for that. Read that shit.
He puts the your in front of it too.
What's so wrong with that shit?
He puts the your in front of it. I love it.
You remember when I used to? Remember that?
God, that's too funny.
Yeah. You remember the time that I would freaking put my GPS on my videos, right?
Don't do that.
Yeah, true story, yeah. True story, yeah. I did talk to David Duke. He said Penny Proud would be a breeze. He talked to David Duke. Penny Proud would be a breeze.
Hey, let's see, Tika, remember? I
had a conversation with David Duke before.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had a whole entire conversation with David Duke before.
But
just to pick his brain.
That's it.
Yeah, he was the leader of the Klan a while ago. He was the Grand Wizard at one point. He was actually doing a book signing and he was actually having a public speaking engagement and a book signing, and I went. Just big brain.
There wasn't like protests and shit.
There were some protests, but
Tico's like, move out of the way. I'm trying to get my book signed. Fuck.
Right? Bitch, move. Damn, ho. Always up in the way, acting stupid, hoes. All these hoes out here acting dumb. A nigga trying to get his book signed, bitch.
Wow. And that's actually something I expected to say.
The sad part about that, though, the thing that made me laugh about the protests outside the wall, outside the shop, was it was mostly white women that were feminists. Like there was literally no black people there protesting that he was there. Like legit, it was mainly white women.
It's a groupie
that were protesting
mentality.
his existence. Huh?
It's a groupie mentality.
Yeah, I know. Like they're sitting there protesting David Duke. There ain't no niggas. There's barely any niggas in the crowd, and it's all just white women mainly. Kind of like Black Lives Matter right now.
Go to WrestleMania just to boo the bad guy.
Yeah, true.
They all paid a ticket.
Wow.
Well, no, they weren't paying any tickets. They were just outside protesting.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. They're out there doing that.
I think we should protest.
Productive with their time.
They could have done way more. They could have did way more productive shit with their time besides protesting David Duke. Because the nigga was going there to get his book signed any fucking way and question him. It don't matter how you felt about him. I was going in there to question him and get my money's worth.
Matter
of fact, I used that. Matter of fact, that same thing that I did. I actually used it for my my psychology paper and report. That interview that I had with him. I wanted to go there generally by myself just to know anything about him or know what he actually thought or know if it was one of those things where that he wasn't taught and it's something that he actually believed and shit like that. You know me, I like fucking with people's brain and picking people's brain basically. But I eventually used it as my paper because I had to write a paper anyway and a report anyway. So it ended up working out really, really nice for me.
1, 2, 4, 6 and 3/4.
Right? I wish I still had that recording because I would turn it into a video. I would so turn that into a video if I had that recording.
Wait, I guess you didn't record it at the time.
Well, no, I did record it. I had like one of them old-fashioned recorders from school. Where you needed a fucking tape to put in the little small tapes in that you put in there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. I remember those.
Yeah, remember those? Yeah, the little small tapes that you put in there, like the size of a fucking
Remember when you got your papers out of the photocopier and they're like that blue ink?
Yeah, I remember that.
It smelled and everybody.
Now that shows some Series A's right there. It was blue ink and shit, right?
And everybody would smell it, that lithograph ink shit.
Yeah. Remember when they had projectors?
Oh my God, I remember those.
I have one.
Don't get me started.
I have an old school one.
Remember when the teachers used to pull out that little fucking lamp, that projector lamp, and had that laminate piece of paper, that laminate plastic?
That's what we're talking about.
Dry erase.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
And
remember when the teachers used to hit kids with the ruler?
Yep, I remember that. I went to a Catholic school, so I definitely remember that shit.
The eraser at them and shit.
Pencil fighting.
Pencils in the ceiling.
Yeah, pencil wars
or something. The football game, the paper football game that we used to play back in the day.
Throwing airplanes and sticking into people's hair and shit.
Right.
Damn. Who was shit. That crazy ass we used to draw.
Oh yeah, that crazy. Remember that crazy S? That everybody used to try to outline. That was like the 3DS that people used to write all the time.
Right.
That's really something they used to do in the hood though. But I'm sure y'all pretty much recognize that S if somebody was to draw one up.
Right. I remember that I'd recognize it instantly, and it's like, fuck.
A lot of people sucked at actually drawing that S though. Shockingly, it was easy to do, but a lot of people sucked at it.
Right.
And they would
Sadly.
write like "oh boy" and then turn it into a face.
Where the hell did S come from?
I have no clue, to be honest with you. I'm about to go research that after I'm done with this stream.
Nobody knows where the fuck it came from.
I have an idea where it came from, but I'm about to go do some research on it before I open my mouth and say where it came from.
Right.
Research.
Mm-hmm. Who's under a plane?
Not my truck, that's somebody else's.
I was like, who's under a fucking plane?
He's standing on the side of the highway.
Right? Literally.
Or interstate.
Mm-hmm. Right? I just up there, right?
Come on, Friday! It's payday!
Friday Night Blaze, yeah. Let's get it.
Yep.
We don't need no water. Let this.
And what time we starting this Friday Night Blaze?
Right? Huh?
What time we starting it?
Probably like 10:30.
Yeah, it should be the
All right,
standard time.
6:30 p.m.
No, 10:30.
10:30. Okay, great.
10:30.
Because I mean, I'm probably
Niggas got
out
lives.
hours.
Niggas got lives that they got to attend to.
Right. I mean, yeah, I've been starting my day at 1 o'clock in the morning, so I should be all right.
Okay.
Just get a pot of
I've been
coffee.
trying to start my day at 1 o'clock or like 12 midnight to get the shit done and over with and out the fucking way.
Mm-mm-mm.
You know?
True.
What, people's coming after kids now? What the hell?
But as soon as
What happened?
What's he talking about? Shotgunning people.
shocker! You know, hey, you also talking about earlier in your fucking podcast that men typically only get things that are aesthetically pleasing to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like for me,
I didn't really mean it.
Like-
I didn't mean aesthetically pleasing as far as
I live in a
decorations. I'm aesthetically pleasing as in it's needed. It's a much needed thing that's aesthetically pleasing to make their house. Like a good example of that is a stone wall. Is what I'm talking about. Like a stone wall. Usually, when you get a stone wall, you're basically trying to keep your yard from falling out into the street and shit like that, and keep it contained. Typically, that's aesthetically pleasing, but it looks nice. But at the end of the day, it's basically there so you can keep your yard from doing a landslide into the street.
It's called a retaining wall.
Yeah, they refer to a retaining wall. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name of it.
But for me, it's like, for me, aesthetically pleasing. I live in a semi truck, you know, and like if I were to be an owner operator, I would basically everything would be for my comfort in my truck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously,
And
if
it's
you're
like-
an owner operator, unless you're owner operator, that's a minimalist,
No lot lizards.
Right?
huh?
No lot lizards. They
I know a lot of minimalist owner operators who own two
Lizards
trucks
will
for the
leave
price of
stains
that
on
one
the
truck that you would
back.
have everything in.
Right.
No. Greasy.
That way, if one truck goes down, they have a
she's a
second truck
dog.
in operation.
Hey, chill out, buddy. Hey, you're not getting that dog. Leave the dog. You're not. I'm not opening the door for you to charge at that dog. That's a full-blooded pit bull. That is a full-blooded. Hey, sit your ass down. That's a full-blooded pit bull. You're only fucking pit bull border collie. Sit down. Come on. You know better. You're smart.
I want to go hump a leg. Come on.
That's probably a dude anyway.
It's probably a dude anyway. I see some big stocky female. I see some big stocky female as pit bulls the other day.
If you fall asleep the wrong way, he'll fuck your leg.
Right? Right?
They don't give a shit.
Right? Oh my god.
Yeah, let them know you're crazy.
We're gonna continue to stream on to like
6 hours.
No, we're not gonna continue that long. We're gonna
hell.
do it until like
Just
until we're at
Just leave it running. I'll fuck.
No, we're not gonna do. We're not gonna do all that. Get out of here.
Don't worry.
Yeah, man. Don't worry.
You won't get any strikes. I swear.
I mean, I came back. My channel will be totally gone and shit like that. I mean, I got an email saying your channel's no longer in existence, Mr.
There goes
Kiko
my
Trend.
YouTube. There goes my Twitch. There goes my Twitter. There goes my.
Right? There goes my Twitter. There goes my travel channel. There goes my anime channel. My children's channel's gone. Thank you.
The bank wants to fucking remortgage my house.
Right?
What the fuck happened?
Apparently, I was sued for hate speech for $8 billion or something like that.
Gotta be one of those kangaroo courts for sure.
Right?
Like, we're taking all of your income for the last 1,000,000 years.
We're gonna take this to 4 hours.
You got 15 minutes to cut off fast, man. Anything you got to say it right now because holy fuck, we only got 14 minutes. 14 minutes. 14 minutes.
You're a sick individual. Go ahead, y'all. Go. I ain't need to do all that shit.
I know I'm going to be talking shit about that Teresa Tam lady again.
What, tomorrow?
She's off the fucking hook.
Oh, you talking about tomorrow? You're talking about that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool. Hey, we can always roast somebody that's non-manosphere too. Shit. Everybody.
Right.
We can roast non-manosphere people too. Shit, they can get roasted. It's fair. It's fair game.
Yeah, man. It's just we just
it doesn't have to be manosphere people. It could be everybody else under the sun. It could be Pokemon for all we care.
Throw the fire. Throw the wood on the fire.
Yep. Basically just kindling
Shit,
at that point.
Pokemon. Fuck it. Pokemon and Belle Delphine. Pokemon and Belle Delphine.
See, I can't even hate
Let's
on them.
do
I
a 2
gotta
for
hate
1.
on their fucking viewers.
Yeah, you can't really hate on them. They're just basically basically just capitalizing on a stupid market. That's all it really is.
The viewers.
Like who the hell? Who the fuck buys? Like, who the fuck buys $9 condoms?
Who the fuck
does that?
Bathwater?
The same motherfucker. The same motherfucker who buys $30 bath water.
That's what we just said. Who drinks bath water? Same person that buys it. Yeah. The same people who buy $9 condoms. The same people who buy the bath water.
Some people that buy that fucking cologne in the bathroom at the bar.
True story.
The what? Cologne in the bathroom and the what?
At the bar or the club. You never seen that before?
Shit, yeah. The cologne in the bathroom at the truck stop. It's only 25 cents.
Yeah. It's like Dracar Noir. It's like, I wouldn't even buy Dracar Noir. Like, what the fuck?
Right. It's like the cologne in the bathroom at the truck stop. Oh my god. Like, first off, you're just covering body odor with you're covering funk with.
That's for after the lot lizards. When they get out of your truck, you spray that around on your bed so you don't have to smell her anymore.
Man, that's
America's Seville. Really, America's Seville? You're an extreme. You could have said that out loud.
He wants you to put it on the screen. That's why.
I know. He did that shit on purpose.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Oh, really?
30 minutes.
That would actually break the internet.
When
Penny Proud and Twinkies in the Twinkie box.
The house.
He said with a Twinkie box. I know they got rid of Twinkies for a hot minute, then they brought it back, and they're still around now.
Yeah, I know. Penny
they were hating on Twinkies again recently.
And look, all I know is I can't be in a live stream with Penny Proud because I know she's gonna try.
The sad part about that, the only way she'll show up is unless you're there. She's already said it once. So you have no choice but to be there, Lynn. You have no choice but to be there.
So that we can talk to her.
All right.
Yeah, basically.
All right, I'll be
only
there.
Way she'll show up is if you're there. She literally said that in under a live stream while she was actually in this comment section. I'll only come if my nephew's there. Like, okay, I'll make sure he's there. I just won't tell him you're there. Because I'm a dick like that. I will just don't tell him that you're coming. I'll just say it's a special guest. You damn right I'm a whole ass. At least I can admit I'm a whole ass.
All right. I mean, personally, I just believe in leaving people the fuck alone. You know, after that debacle with
apparently she wants you there so she can feel comfortable being in a stream. I don't know what you two got going on, but apparently she's comfortable with you being there and being. Let me stop thinking on McDonald's. This ain't Friday Night Blaze, and I'm already fucking with McDonald's.
Tico, I now know how you feel when you want to punch me dead in the chest. Because right now I want to punch you dead in your chest for even suggesting some bullshit like that.
Oh shit, my stomach hurts.
You could get her. You could get her to leave you alone.
You've been on a roll today. With pushing the correct buttons. You've been on a roll through fucking day.
On the phone, in a live
stream, like this. You've been on the fucking roll today.
My God, this is too funny. This is too funny.
You've been on a hellified roll, Tico.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I even fucked with Double I too. I even fucked with Double I today too.
Like I said, what's wrong, Tico?
Nothing. Tico's just having fun.
Get ready for the weekend.
Right?
Okay.
Well, all you got to do is bring a picnic basket of bologna sandwiches, and that'll get her to leave you alone.
You gotta throw them out.
We're so going to hell for this. We're going to YouTube hell for this one.
Shit, they're gonna bury us underneath YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
The dark side of YouTube.
What, they're gonna put us back on MySpace?
Right? Right?
You're banished to MySpace. Don't ever come back. Fuck, that's great. I got 18,000 people over there.
Right? I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, there's people still active on MySpace right now that use MySpace instead of Facebook.
It's been there the whole time.
Yeah, I know.
But they flushed it recently.
Oh yeah, you did tell me about that.
Yeah, man, they went through and took everybody's music down and all their pictures and everything, so you have to start fresh again. So they're just gonna start with the fucking give me your picture shit again.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want it to be anonymous. That's why I left.
Well, it never really was anonymous before because everybody was actually literally putting themselves out there on MySpace.
I wasn't.
Well, yeah.
Man, I've been hidden since way fucking back.
Yeah, true.
I come from BB days, man. I don't tell anybody who the fuck I am.
It puts the lotion on its skin. It does this whenever it's cold.
The hose again.
Yeah, I think that was my very first picture on social media. That guy.
This
was literally the very first picture. Yeah, I know, right? That was literally my first picture on social media that I've ever used. The minute we were all to upload pictures to your profile, he was the very first picture I put up.
I do me. Yeah.
You know my favorite. Well, I said the sad part is like that's one of my favorite movies as a kid.
I think it's one of everybody's favorite movies as a kid. What, Scarface, that movie, The Godfather. Pretty much all those movies are everybody's favorite kid. Scarface and all those movies are pretty much everybody. I'm willing to bet any money if a Martin Scorsese film is always going to be in your top 3 or top 4 favorite films.
Probably. But I laughed my ass off.
Look, even him is like, yeah. He's like, yeah. Yeah, he's like, yeah, pretty much.
Top 3? I'd say top 10 for sure, but about top 3.
How many people actually laughed at that?
Martin Scorsese's in there somewhere.
How many people actually laughed at that movie and found it funny?
I did.
I know I did. Yeah, I mean, I can't lie. I mean,
I thought I went trick-or-treating as Hannibal Lecter.
when he was tied to that fucking
yep.
That was fucking hilarious.
Yep, I went trick-or-treating as Hannibal Lecter when he was dressed just like that.
Hey, how did you find a Hannibal Lecter costume?
I didn't find one. I just took it from the scene when he was strapped to that damn dolly.
That seems like a good idea for me. I mean, I might,
Well, you won't get me too'd because your arms are fucking tied down.
True story. I remember the one time when I was in a white neighborhood. When I went to high school in South Park, I went trick-or-treating. I went trick-or-treating as a KKK member. Freaked the fuck out of everybody in the neighborhood.
Was this before or after you talked to David Duke?
That was before I talked to David Duke. I literally went trick-or-treating as a KKK member.
Did you tell him that?
No, I didn't tell him that. It was
Oh
funny
man,
though.
that would have been
But
classic.
the girl I was dating at the time was freaked out. All my neighbors were freaked out. All the
Oh,
people's
Ike
house
doing
I knocked on
blackface.
the door at, they didn't want to open their doors and shit like that. It was the funniest shit in the whole entire world. I was cracking up the whole entire time. My friends didn't want to hang with me, and I was the only black person in the neighborhood at the time.
I was gonna say, how the fuck did you make it down the street without a bunch of people fucking kicking the shit out of you?
Nobody
They're
actually
like,
did.
oh my
Shockingly,
god, what a
I was
tacky.
expecting that to happen.
They're just like, what a tacky outfit.
Yeah,
I
nobody
would
actually
do
attacked
that.
me. Nobody actually attacked me. I was expecting
No, if
somebody to
you were
do
walking
something or
through
get physical
downtown
with me and
Detroit,
everything. I'd have
you're
fucked them
walking
up
through
in that
downtown
KKK
Detroit, you
outfit.
can see you
I'd have
later.
fucked them up in them sheets. I'd have strangled them with the sheets and shit. Sleep, nigga, sleep.
It's
Sleep,
not a
nigga,
hood,
sleep.
Sleep on the streets. Damn,
Sleep,
Tico,
nigga,
damn.
sleep. I even had like little what's it called little wooden burning crosses so I could burn them.
Oh,
So I'd have
little one.
strangled somebody. I'd
Stick
have
them
strangled
on,
somebody out, and I'd have put a burning cross right next to their body.
stick them on everybody's lawns after they give you candy. You go up, stick
Right,
them
You
on
are,
literally.
you
like
are.
Oh, I'm a sick individual. I already admitted I'm a sick individual.
I mean,
Welcome to
I
the
can't
club.
say that
oh
I'm not.
man, if we were neighbors
Yeah,
IRL,
I
we'd have
can't
so much
say that
fun.
I'm not a sick individual.
We'd be like a comedy troupe if we were like right beside each other.
Literally.
The neighborhood would fucking hate us.
Oh yeah, they would hate the
And
shit
I'm
out
from
of
the
us.
neighborhood.
Yep. It was the funniest shit ever. It was the talk of the town. It was even the talk of the high school too.
The guy put a roll of toilet paper on my fucking car.
Yeah, I
And the
remember that
tires
was actually in a
drove away
yearbook that
for
year. Matter of
clean
fact,
toilet paper.
and Tico Trend went trick or treating as a KKK member. It was the funniest shit.
He didn't make
Somebody
it.
literally had my costume, me dressed up in my costume, trick or treating too. Leave it to the black guy to go trick or treating as a KKK member.
If we were neighbors, I would have had to go in blackface.
Oh shit! That was like some of the funniest shit. Then there were the funny one was there was a guy who went trick or treating as a baseball player, right? So his son was the baseball bat, so he's walking around with his son by his ankles and shit like that. It was the funniest shit ever. So his son is dressed like a baseball bat, so he's walking around with his son like a baseball, a bat basically. Then there was another dude that literally had his son dressed like a bat, and he's hanging from his arm.
Wow.
like a vampire bat. Yeah, literally hanging from his arm. It was like the funniest. Like
And he swung
some of
his
the people had
dick
the
on
most
the arms
craziest
and
costumes that
smashed the
year.
other kid.
Yeah, literally had some of the craziest costumes that year. I'm sitting like, that's child abuse.
Wow.
Like I had room to talk. I'm just like a KK member talk about that's child abuse.
Wow.
Halloween when I saw the guy.
And I
up ever since.
thought I had problems. Then I mean, I don't really have. I can't really say that, but I do have problems. But I don't have that many problems. You know.
That many problems. What you trying to say about me, Midtown to win?
Let's talk about Willis.
You may have some problems that need to be resolved. But then again, so does everybody.
Pretty much.
Unfinished business.
Yeah, of course. And then everybody got problems that they need to be resolved.
I guess you should start outros.
I wonder.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that, people did ask me about that too. Shinobi 1. People did ask me about that. Well, Sweet a Ghost. No. My girlfriend was like, no. I remember the lady said to my girlfriend, you let him come outside looking like that? I was cracking up in that outfit. It was like, you let him come outside like that? I couldn't stop him. He just wanted to.
They're already calling off Halloween here.
Are they?
Yeah.
COVID. That's right. COVID.
Anyways, I'm the Hidden MGTOW. You can come check me out any fucking time you want on my channel. But tomorrow night I'll be here. Tico Trend Red Pill. Boom shakalaka. Friday Night Blaze. We're gonna burn somebody to the ground. That's my outro because you got like no time.
Oh, you're fine. You could do an outro better than that.
No, that was fucking awesome. What the hell's your problem with me now? What the fuck did I do?
I had to fuck with you because you showed up late as hell. No, but
fuck.
Go ahead, MGTOW to win. Do your outro.
This is MGTOW to win. Yeah, come pay my channel a visit every once in a while. I upload whenever I damn well please. If you like the videos that I post, leave a thumbs up, comment in the comment section, subscribe, hit the bell icon. And if you don't like the video, leave thumbs down and a comment in the comment section.
And fuck off.
And if you want this video, if you want me to continue to make content making you miserable, go ahead, subscribe, and hit the bell icon and leave a comment. Either me or YouTube will get to it whenever I feel like it. More likely, YouTube will get to it first. So
Yeah, that nigga answers no comment section answers at all. You could leave like 1,000 under his video. He would never answer them. It's like
I answer some. I do answer some every once in a while, whenever I'm bored, when I'm not doing anything.
I'm more likely to answer shit than you. even if it's the most off the wall shit, I'll answer it before you do. I think I only got one comment. I only got one comment in my comment section that's unanswered.
I mean, I just gotta figure out how to respond to it, you know?
I mean, you gotta figure out how to respond to it. Easy. Use that app that I showed you, and you can respond to it. It's the last. It basically pops up the last comment that somebody posted under your comment section.
Oh yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, like it'll show like your video and your channels and shit like that. If you whirl all the way down to the bottom, you literally see the very last comment posted on your channel.
Okay, well, either way, I'll probably answer the comments eventually.
He'll never answer them. It's okay, y'all. He still loves y'all though, but he'll never answer his comments.
It's like leaving a text message with me, you know.
Well, at least he answers those.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Last I checked, I don't think I ever sent you a text message that you didn't respond to. Hell, we're in a big ass group chat. I remember I was responding to Yam, and you responded.
Probably because I had nothing better to do, and I was on a 10-hour.
This guy. Oh, goodness. But yeah, do your outro. Absolute MGTOW.
Absolutely.
Even though you barely said anything in a stream, so people go check out your channel.
I fucked an old lady for $800.
What the fuck? You fucked an old lady for $800.
Fucked an old lady for $800, bro.
Goodness gracious. To clarify, she paid him $800. Anyways.
Okay.
Anyways, because that sounds kind of fucked up when you listen to it. Yeah, I know. So I had to clarify for everybody because we had this conversation before. But yeah.
I mean, I'm looking like, what the fuck?
Definitely go check out Absolute MGTOW's channel. Even though he's not going to plug himself, I'll plug him for himself. Go check out his channel. It's a very lovely channel. He does live streams twice a day like me, or podcasts or live streams twice a day like me. He's definitely a cool guy. I definitely vouch for him. So definitely go check him out. And plus he's on my panel of people, channels that I look for people to go look at. It got MGTOW to win. It got Hidden. It got Baron Yam. It got True Sherm. I think I got Shinobi one on there. I got Victor von Frankenstein's on there also. I want to say Newer Monk might be on there. And a few other people were on that list. There's like a lot of people. Definitely go check those people out on that list too.
Yeah,
Anybody else want to go? Say anything else?
You know what I find funny?
Shut up, when?
Friday Night Blaze. Friday nights 10:30 on Pico Trend Red Pill.
All right, definitely check out the stream tomorrow. And if you want to get in, definitely you can get in. Limited seats only, so we won't be stepping over each other's feet. So there'll be limited seats only for that. So we'll probably let in like 7 people maximum. or 6 to 7 people maximum. So when we let somebody out, you can get in most definitely. That way we won't step over each other's toes, and we can actually get all our thoughts out.
But I digress.
What, at 10:30 tonight?
10:30 tomorrow night.
Oh.
10:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow night.
Blaze.
Friday night, Blaze. Yeah, Friday.
By the way, I
Huh?
just want to tell the viewers real quick. I've been taking down my streams because I don't want to get flags. So,
Gotcha.
So you got to tune in when you got to be there when it's happening.
Yeah, true.
It's happening.
In and out styles.
But yeah, no, sweetheart, you better bring your ass to that stream tomorrow too. I would like to see your ass there at 10:30 sharp for Friday Night Blaze. MGTOW Elder Monk, your ass better be there too. Baron Yam, he'll be in late.
You got to keep these raggedy motherfuckers in check.
Right? You never know. Somebody in the live stream might need the pimp hand, like him.
No, I'm the one that gives the pimp hand.
I know I'm messing. I'm messing with you.
Damn.
But I know, but definitely come check out the stream tomorrow. Be blessed, take care of yourselves, treat yourselves like milk, do not spoil yourselves. Always approve of yourself, always approve upon yourselves, and always keep an open mind so you can make better improvements and better adjustments to yourself. Y'all be blessed and have a good one. Adios. See y'all tomorrow.
Bye, motherfuckers. Bye.
800.
Bye.